partner hasn't gone to my head. But I don't know. Still the same old Danny I always was. Where is that crown? I threw it away, Patrick Fire. Dougie Fresh. Hang on, wait, what? 10,000 bits? Am I seeing that correctly? How much is that? Oh.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Are you paleontologizing?
It's called paleontologizing. Ah!
Over a vast prehistoric world yet to be discovered.
Oh, who are they going to talk about here, everybody? Patron saint of vertebrate paleontology? Hero to us all? Who are we going to talk about now in this? If you know, type her name into chat. Not Jack Horner. No, yeah, and not Sir Richard Owen, Javasaurus. Good guess, though. We're talking about the right time period, at least, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, Daikaiju, Mary Anning.
No one dreamed sea monsters could be real.
Yeah. But they are very cool. I love them.
Tapirs have managed to survive for a long time, but currently they're all considered threatened by extinction. Not only are they hunted for meat, they face pressures in the form of habitat loss. They are also taken by natural predators, such as...
Thankfully not eagles or hawks. Random Shelter, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
in the form of habitat loss.
Says Lapra, which is apparently a bastardization of its Japanese name Laplas. Oh, or Laplace. Lapras. Oh, shoot. Alright, well maybe it's called Lapras. Lapras. See that shell on its back? You can ride on it. It's called a Lapras. Lapras. Lapras, bejeweled. Mr. Foss.
Let's face it, gull ID is not easy, even for experienced birders.
Tell me about it.
But don't panic. Gulls are identifiable, and I'm here to help.
I love the tone of this video. If you and your family are having gull identification trouble, it's okay. Not all is lost. Real professionals can arrive and help. It is like a PSA, Claire. I love this.
This isn't from the time of the dinosaurs, but this is from the last ice age.
That's overburden. There. And then who in the chat can tell me what this is right here? What's become the official term published in the literature for this array of tail spikes there? Anybody tell me? Yeah, there you go, Jim. The Thagomizer. This array of tail spikes, most likely used for defense. We actually have a number of theropod dinosaurs with like really grievous injuries to certain bones in their bodies. And those at least seem to match up with those wickedly long spikes there. Pretty cool. Yeah. And we've got a hype train going. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the support. An idle proboscis is the devil's workshop, as they say. Or something. Idle proboscis is the devil's PlayStation. The paleobotanist left a message for Kirk Johnson, it looks like. We unfortunately are going to miss seeing Kirk out here this summer, but Kirk Johnson is the director of the National Museum of Natural History at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. And he's coming out here. Kirk Johnson is, he's a big shot nowadays, holy cow, and a really nice guy. I've gotten to spend some time with him in Montana in years past. But, yeah, he's a paleobotanist, studying ancient climates and the plants that kind of indicate what the climates were. So There's Dana Royer's lab, including Whitney Greaves. It's funny that they left him a message like this. I just found this now. I doubt Kirk Johnson will see this clip, but Kirk, hope you're doing well. Hope you're surviving out there in DC. And we're excited to have you out here, even though I'm going to miss you. We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know, we'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's going to be okay, but...
Oh, if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Now, did that wash flow at all?
Oh, yeah.
That did?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was, I took some video of it. It was pretty impressive. That berm that I built there, really glad I did, or that would have been coming into the quarry. Holy cow, yeah.
It's really important to, you know, quarry engineering, you know, people don't think of it.
I did a lot of that in the Hell Creek, the Leptoceratops site. That was, yeah.
There was a quarry the Brigham Young University did for Patasaur, near the Mill Canyon dinosaur site, right on the side of a wash. And basically, when I decided to check it out, and I went there, the thing was filled with water. Pelve, you know, probably over a 10-foot deep quarry hole. It filled with water. You could look through the murky water and see white of these big jackets over the pelvis and things. It came out okay. You know, the bones are prepped and they look good, but generally I don't like to see my jackets underwater.
No, not a good thing. Pretty cool. Yeah, excellent. Wow. Right. And now we're going to send it down the hill. Yes. Oh, come on, baby. Oh. Come on. Yeah. There you go. Nice. Very nice. Some celebratory ape noises. So it goes here. Do you want some treats? Is that what you're after? Is that your desire? Huh? Okay, let's see about that. Oh, is that what you want? Okay. Oh, Ted Dutchler retired recently? I didn't know that. Interesting. It's kind of rare for a paleontologist to retire. Usually we just die. That gets so much more exciting because we could have more of the skull in there. But yeah. Here, this is Pentaceratops right here, who's got that ridiculously huge head. But what you're looking at, this brow horn right here, is this. That's it right there on this guy. And then you see there's like a little bump right there in front of the eye. You got that? That's that bump. And then we've got that depression, that bowl, the eye sockets right there. Thank you, Ken. And then we've got this cheek spike sticking out of the side right there. That's right there. And then we've got the frill moving backward along like this. We've got the squamosal and then the parietal in the back. And that's right there. Thank you, Una. Yeah. Oh, man. Just nuts. Yeah. And this jacket is about 2 meters long? It's more than one cannon length. Yeah. This is just the neck. So let's start here at the head. And then move down toward the body. It just keeps going. Just keeps going and going. And then the body would be under there. Holy moly. And look, like the room wasn't even long enough for the entire neck. Just keeps continuing under there. How cool is that? How cool is that? Caravan says, what a great display idea. It's really cool just being able to walk over this. It gives me a different perspective on the animal. That's like a neat bit of interactivity there. I don't think I've seen a plesiosaur displayed like this before. I think that's so cool. That's so cool. I think they might be leaving right now. So we'll go rendezvous with them. Oh, well. Just looking for you. How you holding up?
Good.
Yeah, excellent.
We
Dueling
lost the gimbal.
streams.
We lost the battery pack.
Oh wow.
We're on fumes, but let's do it.
Okay.
Bug house?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's go do it. Let's go see some inverts, shall we? There are little paper slips, specimen cards attached to these fossils, bearing my name or the name of whoever discovered those fossils or dug them up or prepared them. They'll be there for as long as those fossils exist, you know? That's the whole point. Paleontology, when you become part of paleontology, when you contribute to the science, you're contributing to something larger than yourself. You're becoming part of a larger project, you know? And that's... I think that's one of those things that's kind of essential to human happiness, to know that you're part of some larger project, something bigger than just yourself, you know? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. So yeah, to answer your question, Branibus, you know, the fossils belong in museums, not here in my office. Let me put a magnifying glass up to this so people can see it a little bit better. But there you see, it just looks like pine needles, like from a modern redwood. That is Metasequoia, a dawn redwood. And then there's that ginkgo there. There you go. Pretty darn cool. Mastodon butt.
And with iron in the groundwater, that helps preserve the skin. And then there are a few categories in between. So, you know, the location's very important. And you have to be looking. Like our Lambeosaurus skin, the Lambeosaurus at Jack's bone bed. You were there yesterday. It's impossible to see unless you know it's there.
Right.
Unless you know where the rock cleaves. And honestly, we don't know the extent of it. We don't even explore. We left quite a swath of area in that big block untouched because you need things beyond human eyesight to help you out.
So like X-ray fluorescence and infrared and things like
infrared, yeah, even shortwave UV. We'll tell you some things, but soft tissue preservation as a whole, very common.
Gotcha.
Like, people either haven't looked or it was too much.
Never happened.
And here we have one of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Holy cow! Twitch! Thank you so much! I don't know what to say. Thank you. Santa dropping by. Merry Fishmas. Twitch. Holy cow. I'm gonna put this on. Thank you. Twitch. I don't know what to say. Thank you for that extraordinary generosity there. There's 100 people who won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. Oh yeah, and Arlie, thank you for the reminder. A very, very happy birthday to Nana Tyrannus, who turns 83 today. That's my grandmother. Nana, if you're watching, love you. Happy birthday.
Yes, well.
There we go. Modeling for us. Thank you, Josh. The top copper tone girl.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
You know, a lot of people, they think about digging dinosaurs and they kind of focus on what they consider to be like the morbid aspects of it. Like, here's these animals that died here such a long time ago, and isn't this all just about, you know, death? Isn't this kind of grim? But think about it like this. Here's an animal that died 140 million years ago, and it is having such loving care applied to it right now, where just one of its ribs is the focus of all this attention.
Massage.
Yeah. Like, what a fitting tribute for
a spa day.
for such a cool animal.
A nice plaster spa day.
This would normally be the base, except we have all this older material here. giving us a record we didn't know before. And, you know, if you got 25 million years between your first Cretaceous record and the last Jurassic, you know, you can't talk about extinction. Anything can happen in 25 million years.
Seriously, yeah.
It'd be just total gradual change. But now that we've really been closing that gap,
it's clear that there's something
there's something seriously happening with a faunal turnover at that point.
Which is... So A, is evolution A, the metamorphosing of animals as they grow and develop? B, creatures growing better adapted to their environments through their lifetimes? C, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations? Or D, if humans evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? There we go. Let's see if this is any better. So many interferences. I think we can use that. Yeah. Let's go with that. Take a look at that. Uh-oh. It's stuck. This is not a great advertisement for the game right now. But oh, never mind. My controller is turned off.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Oh, insectivore problems. Anyway, that makes me so happy. Seeing that, just extraordinary. See, one of, you know, basically one of my study animals up there on the screen is pretty awesome. I see the creatures showing off the window to their singular brain cell. You know, I try, Ms. Blue Skies. I try and do that. I hope I'm coming across as articulate. And, if not intelligent, at least coherent. I do my best. Alright. But Danny, Yoko's my favorite beetle. There you go. So yeah, there you have it. Ugh. Top jacketing a limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. Yeah. Right there that Ken is indicating. Thank you. Ken is being Urbana White right now. And then can you point to the orbit? The eye socket? Yeah, right there. And then the frill sticking up out of the back. Holy cow. And you can see how big this sucker is. Ken is what? You're what? You said 6'11"? So
5'11".
Happy Juggle! Yeah, so there's the cheek spike right there where my shadow was pointing to. This is the brow horn right here. And then there is the frill going up the back. It is nuts. I mean, this thing, it like the front half of it basically looks like Triceratops. The back half of the skull looks like Pentaceratops. It is wild. This is incredibly important because no one has a horned dinosaur skull like this from the early Maastrichtian. Not one this good. This is incredibly important. We are incredibly excited about it. I promise you I'm not overhyping it right now. Holy.
Evolution has to work in small steps, and every form all along the way has to work. It has to work. It has to be able to stay alive and survive in its
bingo.
habitat. So let's.
I love that I was using this as an opportunity to teach that concept, and there's a guy who's curator of this museum. You're doing the same. As scientists, this is really important, so I'm glad that you're trying to ask this question. This is fundamental, foundational stuff. If you don't understand this, you don't understand biology. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about it, because there's other people in the chat for whom this will be new information too. And I wish this sort of thing were taught in schools more. Wow! And there is that eye. My goodness. Look at that. Wow. How lucky are we to have a Nautilus right here in the office with us? Suddenly Nautilus, yes indeed, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. What's that? You've got to go? You've got a very important appointment to attend? Well, you better be on your way then, but thank you so much for showing up just at the right time here. I see you looking at me with those little pinhole camera eyes. You better skedaddle. Alright, okay. Goodbye. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Well spent.
So good to see everybody here. I'm back home in the office after a month in the field.
_HF.
And Golganak, thank you for the 59 months of support at Tier 3, no less. Thank you kindly, Golganak. I hope you're having an excellent day. It's good to see you. It's a little weird being back in civilization after a month of field work in Wyoming and then Montana. About 2 weeks in both places. It's a brief stint here before I actually fly out first thing tomorrow morning to Michigan for a little vacation with Ios and Lordy. Really looking forward to that. And Mini Pie here is capitalizing on my presence, I guess, for the time being. But anyway, welcome everybody back to Paleontologizing. If it's anyone's very first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on Earth, talking about extinction and evolution, and the origins of biodiversity, and the very philosophy of science itself. All this stuff is important, and, well, I'm here to share it with you to the best of my ability. When I'm not out in the field digging up fossils live on camera, I'm, well, here in my office. Here we go. Here in the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. You can't really see it here. But, actually, hang on. There we go. Here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I'm back here for... Shoot, I got here, what? Saturday afternoon? Saturday evening? Spent all of yesterday cleaning things up, doing chores, and packing for this little trip to Michigan. Anyway, and now we're doing a quick little stream before I'm off for a week. So, I'm glad you're here. And, hang on, is it Golganek's birthday? Golganek. Happy birthday to you, and also happy birthday to Claire Burr. Claire, I believe it was your birthday on... Was it Friday? Yeah. Happy birthday to both of you. I hope you're both having an excellent day. Yeah. Fantastic. Me and Golganek 2 days... Oh, excellent. Okay, Saturday. Sorry, there we go. Thank you, Claire and Golganek, for both being here. I hope your next trip around the sun is your very best yet. Anyway, today's going to be kind of a disjointed stream. I suspect we'll be getting a bunch of new people in here who followed because of the fieldwork stream. So I wanted to leave today's agenda kind of wide open for the most part. We're not going to have a whole lot of structure to today's stream. We'll be doing some more structured streams when I get back from Michigan. Going over some of the new papers that I missed while I was out in the field, other bits of fossil news and stuff like that. But today, kind of a loosey-goosey Q&A kind of stream. I think that'll be fun. So, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And hello to you too, Wolvulus. I hope you're having a good one. Oh, and thank you, Casey. Yes, the landlords definitely missed me quite a bit. Didn't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Is it time for, I think so. Time for payment to the landlords? What do you think, Minnie? What do you think? I think she says yes. Good stuff. Don't get too messy. And Nomad Soul, hello to you too. Mayor of Space, Rushwing, Casey Snowart. I hope you're doing well, Casey. It's good to see you as always. Link for Real, Jedi Mega Man, No Barum, Kisa the Immortal, Mothproof KT, Alexander Morrison, Milarella, Lenina. Did I say hello to you yet, Lenina? Howdy, Lenina. I hope all is well. It's good to see you. I saw what seemed to be a bunch of boat-tailed grackles up in Montana, and I was like, aren't those supposed to be like a southern latitude kind of bird?
Take the phone to Mommy now! It's the dinosaur, man!
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Milarella, for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Good to have you here. Who else have we got? Dirt or Bust, Illy Spid, Chili Head, Manuel Farning, Totally Tubular Tima, And It Then Did, Trooper 2112, Auroran Studios, Dreamer of the Blue. It's good to have everybody here. Rusty Viking, Son of Sobek, Renfield, Ace of Spades, Gatsby, Danish Viking, Goth Rush, Say Much Nom Nom. How's everybody doing? Akira Eclipse, hello to you too. Anyway, welcome everybody. And well. Eki Bobaki.
I found your stream a couple of weeks ago after raid and I have been lurking mostly, but I'm very glad I stayed.
I'm glad you stayed
Sending
too.
much love from across the pond from me and my cat Pickle A Matt Love.
Thank you, Aki and Pickle, for the kind words and the support. Thank you for the 300 bits. I really appreciate that. Here, we should probably start up a sub goal real quick. There we go. Let's shoot for the moon here. 150 subs for today. That'll be a good number that'll help sustain me throughout the rest of the summer. Fuel is very expensive right now, and I'm going to be driving back from California to Utah in reverse. I think at least 3 more times this summer. So, yeah, any help that anybody can offer, I would appreciate. Yeah. I've got one time going out to Doling's Bowl. June 14th or thereabouts is when that's happening. There we go. I think the 14th is when we officially depart. So let's see. June, July. There we go. So yeah, first stream should be on the 15th. Through about August 6th or so, I believe. Yeah. We usually pack up and leave on a Friday, so that would make sense. Anyway, so I'm doing that, and then I'll be going back out to Salt Lake at the end of August for Ethan and Lauren's wedding. Ethan Cowgill is getting married. I'm invited, so that'll be fun. I'm not going to be streaming the wedding. Sorry, everybody. It's not my place to do that. But yeah, driving all the way back out to Utah, and then hopefully driving back out to Utah for a 3rd time in September. I got to talk to Josh Lively, but it looks like we're going to be continuing work at Lori's site, and it should be a lot of fun. So that'd be cool. Yeah. And congrats to Ethan. Ethan is a good egg, Lenina. Yes. And Casey, yeah. Anyhow, that's going to be neat. So at least 3 more times it looks like driving out to Utah this year. Maybe more. We'll see. But anyway, yeah. Good to see everybody. Before I forget, let's do a quick Blue Sky post here. Let's see if that screenshot took. People know that we're live. I could do better than that. There we go. Oh, and hang on, what was this? Reganation, thank you, thank you. There. Hang on. Log into Ko-Fi. Thank you, Reganation. For your generosity there, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that support. Hazard pay for dig streams. I really appreciate that, Reganation. I really do. Thank you kindly. That makes a difference. Thank you for your support. I appreciate your generosity. Good stuff. Oh yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and crop this and save it and post it. There we are. Okay.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Salamander, for the 40 months of support. Now at tier 3. Holy cow. I really appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you for your ongoing support. By the way, Liz and Denver say hello, Salamander. They said you were their best students. Good to have you here. Appreciate you, Salamander. MS Paint for quick edits. I don't have to wait for Photoshop to open up. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot simpler and more streamlined, Casey, as you well know. Office-based stream. Some paleontology Q&A. Join us and hang out at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. There's more controversy brewing over whether that taxon is actually valid, plus various bits of Montana, Wyoming, and Laramidian miscellanea.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Good, let's post it. Thank you, Reganation, for gifting Stop Using I appreciate
Reganation gifted 3 months of tier 1 to stop using AO. They've gifted 563 months in the channel.
Thank you, Reganation.
When dinosaurs ruled the earth.
Thank you for the follow there. stuff. I've been taking logos like this and putting them on my conference presentations and posters and talks and stuff like that, because this is really important. You want to be able to show people, like, hey, stuff I do is quality. I did this myself. You know, not some hallucinated fart from a large language model. This is my own heart and soul and brain that went into this.
And this is a dinosaur too.
Oh, that first one wasn't a dinosaur, but thank you, Squirrely Cat, anyway, for the follow. Squirrely Kate, probably. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I think I'm aerospace, yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Listen, Denver said what? They said you were one of their best students. And they're happy you're doing well, Salamander. Yeah. I told Liz that, you know, you're on the moderation team for Paleontologizing. And Liz goes, oh, wow. She was like, good get, Danny. Yeah. She expressed that I was very lucky to have you as a mod. So, good to see you again, Salamander. Did I post a link to the Blue Sky page? We absolutely are, Lenny. We've got such a great group. If anybody wants to interact with that post for whatever reason, it helps new people find the channel. I'm not on Twitter anymore. I've switched to Blue Sky because I like it so much better, and I have to interact with far fewer Nazis. Yeah, I don't know. And if you'd like to try a superior platform to Twitter, but same kind of idea, maybe check out Blue Sky. But good stuff. Like I said, today's going to be kind of a loosey-goosey stream. We'll kind of follow the Q&A wherever it goes. And, yeah, I've been so busy since I got home. It was like a 12 or 13-hour drive on Saturday. Straight shot from Salt Lake to the San Francisco Bay Area. And it didn't even feel that long, which is kind of crazy. You get some good audiobooks going, or some good music, or some good podcasts, or a combination of all three. Maybe talk on the phone for a little bit with your family and friends. It kind of makes the drive fly by. So, barely even felt it. Gorgeous views on the drive? Absolutely, Casey, yeah. Yeah. A surprising amount of rain through Nevada, which was interesting. When you get those torrential rains in the high desert, it can be pretty dramatic. The car was kind of blowing all over the road. Despite its aerodynamic properties, a Toyota Prius isn't very heavy, and so the wind does have a certain effect on it. So it really had to hold things together there. But it went well. Yeah. Image GIF from The Simpsons. I feel like I've seen one of those before, Lenny, and I feel like I've done that with the sponge dinosaur chewing on Lisa. But yeah, and that was really cool, Casey. Anywho, some of you might recognize this critter. This is going to be in the news even more. Nanotyrannus. Remember we had this thing where I opened up champagne live on stream? Hang on.
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Exactly.
What?
And Keep I
certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Thank you for the kind words, Kevin661, and thank you for the ongoing support. I appreciate that, Prime. Good to have you here. Anyway, after talking with some colleagues up in Montana, it seems a number of Tyrannosaur workers are utterly unconvinced by the Napoli and Zano paper on the validity of Nanotyrannus. So that is not going to be the end of that saga. Certainly not. And I might actually be involved. I might end up getting involved with one of the rebuttal papers, with gathering data from that. I can't give you any details on this at the moment, but I will update you in future months. You at home might have an opportunity to get involved with this line of work. Denver Fowler is talking about like kind of a community science project. Citizen science, but I don't know, the word citizen is a very like politically loaded kind of phrase here in the States. So I like to use the phrase community science. But if you at home would like to get involved with some paleontological research, there might be an opportunity for that. I'll keep you posted as more information becomes available. But just right now, for the time being, know that the validity of Nanotyrannus is by no means a done deal. There is more work being done on this, and there are people working on rebuttal papers. So we'll see. It's going to be an interesting couple of years in that regard. Anyway. Mega Nanotyrannus killed Mayor Space, yeah. And Illyspitz is there an international body of species verifications or organic? It's mostly organic consensus. Yeah, Illyspid. And that's when we're talking about whether or not a particular dinosaur taxon is valid or not. There are official rules regarding the naming of animals, according to the ICZN, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. But that's just about the nuts and bolts of how these things get named. It doesn't really have a whole lot to do on whether or not a certain critter is valid or not. When I say valid, I mean like it is actually its own species, not the same, not synonymous with something else. So anyhow, yeah. But yeah. Suchomimus versus Cristatosaurus. I haven't even had a chance to look at that yet, Crimson. Yeah, interesting. But yeah. One of the things that I'll be doing while I'm in Michigan is catching up on all the paleo literature that I've missed over the past month. And then coming up with an agenda for a couple of really kind of button-down streams where we have a set curriculum. We'll talk about these papers. I'll show off the PDFs, I'll walk you through them, and we'll do a nice recap of all the fossil science that we've missed over the past month while we're actually in the field doing fossil science. I certainly missed a lot of new publications that have come out. We'll be doing a nice recap of that in about 1 week's time. Maybe a week and a half, we'll see. But I'll let you know. Keep an eye on the schedule. And yeah, Mothproof KT, Matt Lamana is one of the authors on that paper. I think it was the first dinosaur fossil ever discovered in Antarctica, actually. It's funny because the first one published was not the first one ever found. Cryolophosaurus was the first dinosaur published from Antarctica. It's not a bad one. Cryolophosaurus. They made a Jurassic World toy? That's funny. Huh. Anyhow, first dinosaur to be named from Antarctica was Cryolophosaurus, the frozen crested lizard. But Glacialosaurus, an ankylosaur, was actually discovered first, but only named later. There we go. It's a basal sauropodomorph. Right here. Cool critter. Kind of gotta love the body plan of basal sauropodomorphs, what we used to call prosauropods. There's a certain kind of quintessential dinosaurness to them, you know? You look at that and you go, yep, that's a dinosaur. Anywho, but apparently the first dinosaur to actually be discovered in Antarctica was this new Titanosaur. I haven't looked at the paper yet. I haven't had a chance to really look over things. we'll be doing that more in depth in a couple of weeks. That'll be good. And Kisa says Antarctica? Oh yeah, yeah. There's a number of dinosaurs known from Antarctica, and Matt Lamana is working on a couple of them. This new Titanosaur is cool. He's also got a new ornithischian dinosaur that I can't tell you about yet. But he's got a really fun name picked out for it. Hopefully the reviewer's okay, because that'll be a lot of fun. And Casey Snowart says, what has been your favorite moment of the dig season so far? It's not too hard to pick, of course. That's a tough one. I could give you a few different favorite moments. One of them was when I was working with Fisher and Cameron at the Turtle Hill site. That was a lot of fun. Just hanging out, talking about fossils. Yeah, this was... We've got, the cavalry has arrived.
Oh, yeah, I think they're here to pick up, Matrix bags.
Well, well, well. My goodness.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't asked them if they want to be on stream yet, so I probably shouldn't. Oh, and we're getting a raid from Schneider 85. Here we Fisher is leading the charge. So this is a fun stream because it was just us.
Son, Fisher McDarmid.
We joke about that. He's not actually my son. But
some curious similarities.
Yeah. And then so Fisher, where are you at right now, and what's your whole deal?
So, like, in terms of, like, my career, or, like, just, like, at Turtle Hill?
Why do you look like that? No.
It's a great question.
That's an inside joke from years ago. Anyway. Yeah, like, where are you going to school? What are you interested in?
I'm currently a master's student at University of the Pacific, which is in Stockton, California.
Yeah, shout out Central Valley.
Not on the Pacific, but whatever, it's not that far away.
The Pacific
I'm
time
doing
zone.
My master's looking at Miocene birds. So my little passerines probably from the middle Miocene of Montana.
Nice, nice.
I'm going to be describing some bird material from a locality where there are people have been talking about the mammal. The birds in any detail. So
gotcha.
That's
Internet
my
cut out for a second.
thing.
Yeah. So during his master's degree, every
Congrats,
day
chaotic
is Thursday
time
Birds Day for Fisher here, learning about birds.
Yeah, but my secret passion, or I guess it's not so secret. My my passion that I never get to work on is fossil mammals.
Fossil mammals.
And their relatives. So.
Nice. Cool, cool, cool. You have a favorite fossil mammal group?
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
I'm definitely partial to ungulates and proboscideans. So that's like hoofed mammals and then elephants and their relatives. I think probably if I had to choose, though, maybe the calicotheres.
Oh, calicotheres are so weird. Calicotheres. They are bizarre, cool animals. I've heard people refer to them as gorilla horses. This is an animal related to horses and rhinos. They are perissodactyls, are they not? Weird critters. Yeah, I think that is Meropus, Casey. Yeah. Really weird critters. Some of them have got those, like, gorilla knuckle things, and some of them, like, what's this one called? I forget. I'm not an expert in these critters. Anyway, they're neat. Calicotheridae is a neat group of critters. If you want to read more about them, there's a link. Yeah. Agate. Oh yeah, Dr. Tara. I'm one of the supporters for that. I should check in on how they're doing. And Kelladon K, how you doing? Welcome. Anyway, this was a lot of fun. This stream with Fisher and Cameron. It was also just really nice being able to hang out beforehand. Awesome. And we got Cam over here. Cam, you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, yeah. I'm Cameron Schwalbach. I work with the Cincinnati Museum Center. I'm the Paleontology Collections Manager. And we're the repository where all these great fossils are going.
Nice. So normally you're like back in the lab or in the collections, and now you get to see...
Yeah, a little out of my element here. In more ways than one, Cincinnati is a lot of Ordovician, marine, limestone, and shale overlain by some Pleistocene alluvium. So this is... right smack dab in the middle.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so, yeah. Older than the Pleistocene, much younger than the Ordovician. Holy cow. But, yeah, that was a really fun stream. One of of my favorite ones from this summer. There's a link right there if you want to check that out. Other standout moments were, well, shoot. Our ceratopsian dinosaur, what we thought was a duckbill dinosaur, turned out to be a horned dinosaur. And that was pretty extraordinary. See if we can find you a clip of that. There we go. That should do it. Right there that Ken is indicating. Thank you. Ken is being Urbana White right now. And then can you point to the orbit? So this, inside of this plaster jacket, you could, they had to kind of field prep this in order to get it lightweight enough to be able to carry it down the hill. And they have succeeded with that, so it's already in a safe location. You can kind of see there's the eye there, here's the horn, there's the beginning of the snout. Part of it, the snout is missing, and then there's the frill along the back. This dinosaur would look a lot like Pentaceratops, except our critter is new. It is not Pentaceratops, it is something younger than that. It looks a lot like a cross between Pentaceratops and Triceratops. So we're very, very excited about it. The eye socket? Yeah, eye socket there. Right there. And then the frill sticking up out of the back. Holy cow. And you can see how big this sucker is. Ken is what? You said 6'11"? So
5'11". Happy Juggle.
Yeah, so there's the cheek spike right there where my shadow was pointing to. This is the brow horn right here. And then there is the frill going up the back. It is nuts. I mean, this thing, it like the front half of it basically looks like Triceratops. The back half of the skull looks like Pentaceratops. It is wild. This is incredibly important because no one has a horned dinosaur skull like this from the early Maastrichtian. Not one this good. This is incredibly important. We are incredibly excited about it. I promise you I'm not overhyping it right now. Yeah. Holy cow. You should check out that stream if you're interested in this. Pull up the VOD for you here. That should be... where was it? There we go. From a horned dinosaur. You saw the amount of rock that we're willing to move over there to get just maybe a few more bones. We didn't realize that we had a beautiful skull already in this jacket. Flipping it over and prepping downward. There it is. Just nuts. You know? Yeah. Incredibly lucky. Yeah. So anywho, that will probably be the first of our publications, I imagine. No promises, but it would make sense that that would be the first thing that we actually publish on out of Wyoming. But holy cow, was that was a big deal. It's a big deal. Will I visit any labs this year? I probably will, Nabarim, yeah. Yeah, I don't have immediate plans to do that, but... well, one of the things I need to do is ask Jim and Dawn if it would be possible to do a stream from their lab in Salt Lake, because I think that would be really cool. We'll see if that's possible. So yeah. And when will the papers be published, One Fun Panda? It's going to be a couple years at least, I think. Yeah. These things take time. And Chris TS says, my granddaughter was watching you the other day and said, is that how they find dinosaurs? It is. Tell her, yeah. That's how it really works. And which lab is going to work on getting it fully uncovered? I think Petrodactylus. I think Ethan and probably Luke are going to be working on this. They'll be leaving from the field, what is it, tomorrow, I think, hopefully? Going back to Salt Lake. And, the website isn't working. Anyway, at the newly established Mesozoic Research Center. I think they're working on the website right now. But yeah, so they're going to be prepping that ASAP. I don't think they're sending it to Cincinnati yet. I think they'll be working on prepping it in the lab in Salt Lake, in the space that Ethan has set up. At any rate, I'll have more details about this very soon. When I get back from Michigan, I want to do a special stream where I'll get Ethan on the phone and hopefully get Logan on the phone and talk about what they've found in Wyoming since I left with the money that we raised for the rental vehicle. And then just get kind of an update, a recap about our Wyoming fieldwork this year. That's going to be cool. But I got to work this out with them, with their schedule. And One Fun Panda says, is it an important find, like groundbreaking? I mean, we certainly broke a lot of ground to get to it, literally speaking. But yeah, this should be a new species or new genus of horned dinosaur. It is very likely the direct ancestor of Triceratops. That's exciting. And we've got a gorgeous skull. So it's going to be a big deal.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
And Cal Jonesy, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, it's very exciting, Mothproof. It's very exciting. And I don't know what else they've found since I left, so it'll be nice to get an update on that. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I don't think I'll be able to show you any images or anything, Casey, until it gets published. It might be a couple of years. That's how important this is. We need to keep this under wraps for the time being, because other dinosaur paleontologists are going to be very interested in this. And while it's extremely rare, we don't want anybody to scoop us on it. It would be a major headache if somebody were to screenshot an image from the stream and then write a descriptive paper just based on that and then try and publish, like, that sort of thing. It's extremely rare, but it's not unheard of. So yeah. No spilling the science tea. Exactly, Golganak, yeah. Yeah. And Nobarum says, can a carnivorous dinosaur's teeth still be dangerous and sharp? In the same way that, I don't know, a sharp rock or a knife could be dangerous. They're not dangerous of their own accord, but if you're not careful and you... I don't know, I'm going to say no. There are so many more dangerous things at a fossil site than the teeth of a theropod dinosaur. So I'm going to say no, not dangerous. I wouldn't worry about it. Anyhow. You got bit by a fossil once? Well, I think it was a limb bone, Claire. No. From a Leptoceratops. I want to say it was the jacket that had a tibia in it, but I could be wrong. But yeah, the jacket fell down on my finger, and then I ended up losing my fingernail because it... Anyhow. And Silhouette XQ says, do you have an interest in anthropology? Good question. Not particularly. It's well outside of my realm of expertise. So I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, first and foremost. Dinosaurs are primarily what I study, although I'm also getting into leatherback turtles as well. And I might have some exciting news about that coming up. But anthropology is well outside of my field. As a human being, I guess I have some kind of latent, inherent interest in anthropology. It's about people, but I have zero scientific expertise or professional interest in anthropology, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, it's good to have you here, Silhouette. Welcome. There you go, Mary. I'm not going to do fake screenshots. Oh boy. Yeah. And Jacob, you could put that in the Discord, or Leatherback Turtle being released? What do you mean? Huh. Yeah. And no, Barm, we're not in the business of selling or otherwise like distributing fossils to private collectors around here. As a wise man once said,
That belongs in a museum!
all the fossils that I collect, no matter which group I'm working with, they all go to public museums to be held in the public trust. Not to be bought or sold or to disappear into a private collection or anything like that. The fossils that I dig belong to the public domain of science. That's the way I like it. So yeah. Anyhow. And Mothproof KT, yes. Well, live on stream, Denver excavated that claw, although it turned out not to be a Tyrannosaur claw. It turned out to be from an ornithomimid, which, as we were talking on stream, we were discussing what it might be. Find that clip. So that would be here. All right, did that work? Let's see. Can you see and hear me right now, chat? Let me know. Excellent. Thank you, Lenina. Thank you, Claire Burr. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome back to northern Montana. Welcome back to the late Cretaceous period. We're digging here kind of near the town of Havre, Montana, at the Jack's Bone Bed quarry site. And we've been finding all kinds of cool stuff. I apologize for not having streamed yesterday. I try to stream 7 days a week when I'm out in the field, but sometimes things happen. Got a flat tire on the car, had to go into town and get it patched, and it basically took much of the day, so there we go.
See, I'm pretty sure. I'll just unveil it as we go, and you can.
Oh, is that a claw?
Just gave it away. So I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. You know, sometimes.
Live on camera.
Live on camera. Pressure's on.
Well, that's nice.
Yep, there it goes.
Is that like ornithomimid, maybe?
We have had an ornithomimid claw from here, but we'll.
I love that that was my first guess, that it was the claw of an ornithomimid. Yeah, that's one of the ostrich mimic dinosaurs. To look like this. So like Gallimimus from Jurassic Park, if you're familiar with that film. That's a big ornithomimid. There's a whole group of dinosaurs, a whole family of these guys. They're pretty neat. And they tend to have very... Their claws tend to be relatively straight, especially their manual claws, their hand claws. I think David Norman's book has got some illustrations. There we go. Here we go. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park.
Hi, Sam Neill
Let's
from
protect
Jurassic
our
Park.
fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Mama Bonbon, thank you for the 51
I didn't know what
months.
dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Thank you, Mama Bonbon. The 51 months there, really appreciate that.
Where are we going next?
I'm going to Michigan next week, but I won't be streaming from there. It's a little vacation for a week. But after that, mid-July, well, I think it's about the 8th or 9th, I'll be back here in the office. Be doing a few streams from here, and then we're back out to Utah, working with the Utah Geological Survey, with Jim Kirkland and Don DeBlue in the earliest Cretaceous period. But for right now, I'm going to point this out. Here's a lovely diagram of an ornithomimosaur hand. And you see those claws right there? So I was remembering this image when I was there in the field with Denver, and I said, is that an ornithomimid claw?
Sure it is. You know, sometimes...
Live on camera.
Live on camera. Pressure's on.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, there it goes.
Is that like ornithomimid, maybe?
We have had an ornithomimid claw from here, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a claw.
Nice.
Just, I'm going to get my little pointer. There we go. That's
yeah.
A little bit better for this. You can see there's a little crack just there on the tip, so we'll just... Actually, I'm going to go back to this. It's a little bit easier to deal with. It's a theropod claw, certainly. And it
Theropods
looks
are the two-legged meat
like it's going to be for one of these small theropods from here.
Yeah. It's not super curved, which to me kind of shouts ornithomimid.
Yeah, and we have, like I say, we've had a nice ornithomimid claw from here in the past.
So anywho, Denver continued to unearth this, and it just got more and more pretty as he removed more and more rock.
Sediment, or they're the point where the animal interacts with whatever it's doing, you know, its claws, whether they're foot claws or hand claws, they directly touch either the sediment or the prey, or sometimes even the plant food. There we go. Just gonna remove that.
And I'm not sure which ornithomimid is known from the Dinosaur Park Formation. Crimson, let's look that up real quick. Find a faunal list here. Paleofauna. Theropods, ornithomimids. Okay, Ornithomimus is known from there. And Chuopalong, really? That's weird. Okay. And Radivades. Anywho, I guess Ornithomimus is the big one. That's what's known from that formation. So, good chance that this is Ornithomimus here. This is another really cool moment. I really enjoyed showing everybody this, so it's nice to have a chance to show this again.
The end of it, it's starting to sweep down a little bit. I know your angle, you can't see it quite so well as me. If you come over, I can move out of the way for you too.
This is great.
You can see a little better. Fortunately, the sand is not super hard, so you can just gently stroke it with the pick, and it will just come away grain by grain. And in fact, this sandstone, if you add water to it, if you have something like really big or sturdy, you can just add a little bit of water, and it tends to mush because there's a lot of clay in this sand that really softens up, which makes preparation of some fine things in the lab easier. I think that's about as much as I'm going to do, because the tips of these things can sometimes be a little bit fragile. I'll get out of the way and you can get a shot from here.
Nice,
and we'll get some glue when you've awesome, you're happy.
You know, Barb, it's much easier to clean these things in the lab than it is in the field, but Denver wanted to be able to show this off to the camera, and I'm glad he did, because it was a really exciting moment. It is very satisfying, Petrodactylus, certainly.
Put some glue on it and harden it up. It's a really nice one.
Yeah. You want to get a picture real quick, Laura, while I reposition? it does look almost ridiculously clean by your face.
Yeah, that's nice.
And it was
Look at
intact.
that.
Wow, very nice. You can see that the blood groove there, nutrient groove in the claw. Hopefully the magnifying glass is helping with that. So I'll see if I can find you another image. That's a mimus claw. Yeah, so here's one of the pedal unguals. The toe claw is much deeper, and then if you look at it head on, it seems much flatter because it's helping support the animal's weight. There's another one of those, the pedal ungule. But the hand claws tend to be longer and straighter, like this. They are cool critters, ornithomimosaurs. They were one of my favorite groups of dinosaurs when I was a kid. Really liked ornithomimids. Such neat animals. And hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? What's going on? Sweetie Pie had a veterinarian appointment this morning. Didn't you, Sweetie? She's been doing really well. Her allergies are clearing up. You've got stuff stuck in your tail. What's this? There's plant matter in there. What are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. You having a good day? You happy I'm home? She was very happy I was home this morning. Sat on my lap for a good while. Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're not supposed to eat that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sweetie Pie. Minnie Pie left that. She's such a slob sometimes. I don't mean to tease you. You're not supposed to have those treats. You're not. You have allergies. Yeah. I'm sorry, Sweetie Pie. I'm sorry. Oh, there's nothing for you. It's all gone. It's all gone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You don't get treats because you're allergic. I'm sorry, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. I should have cleaned that up. I didn't even think about it. Yeah. Oh, you did miss me, huh? Yeah. Anyhow, ornithomimids, really cool group of dinosaurs. So, let's see. Here we go. So Denver said Tyrannosaur hand claw, and it's a good thing he put a question mark there. Found 2 hours ago, live on Paleontologizing. And there should be a G there. This is my Twitter handle, because they didn't allow for enough characters to have the G. Blue Sky is better about that. Yeah. And then re-identified as ornithomimid manual digit 1 claw, so the thumb claw of an ornithomimid dinosaur. But it really is pretty, and you can see that groove right there running down the center. So this is nutrient supply. There'd be like blood vessels that would run along this, and they help support that keratin sheath that goes over the edge, like we've talked about many times on stream before. So this is just the bony core of the claw. The claw in life would have been covered by keratin and would have been significantly longer than this. Cool stuff. That was a fun moment for sure. Yeah. Hey! Good to see you, Steve. How are ya? Rained out again today? I'm sorry to hear that, Steve, but oh man, I was a little concerned that you guys would have multiple days lost to rain. I think I got at it just the right moment, but I hope you're doing well out there, and but it's not too much of a bummer having to miss some days in the field. But it's good to see you, Steve. Yeah. Now, let me find a Steve clip to put on stream here. I know we have multiple. There we go. What's with the no sound? It's not muted. Come on now. I hope, but not a great deal so far. Ooh.
We had a little rock sort of fall from close to the top of the hill.
Here's
there.
Steve right here.
And sometimes you just have like a little curved piece of eggshell.
Nice. Look at that right there, chat.
You know, it would have been part of a whole egg. That
Yeah.
was either hatched or crushed or mulched in the Cretaceous, and
yeah,
you're just left with that.
That's awesome. Shoot, thanks for showing us, Steve.
Absolutely.
That's really cool. Dinosaur eggshell. They're 76 million years old, give or take.
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it. It's nice not having to get up to see the fossils. That's it. Again, I gotta say how much I appreciate Steve, you and Denver and other members of the crew just being excited about being on stream. It made my job a lot easier, and I know the viewers really appreciated it. And it's wonderful to be able to show off your expertise and the quality of the work that you do, and be able to promote the museum a little bit as well. The Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota is a gem. It punches well above its weight. And I'm really looking forward to the field report from this year. 2 years ago, 1 year ago, okay. If I can be involved with helping promote the field report this next year, I would jump at the chance. But here it is from last year. So after spending about 3 months in the field every year, Denver and Liz and Steve and Deanna and co will do these field reports. So trying to keep the public informed of what the museum has been doing, both in and out of the field.
We'll be actually sort of actively out there in the crowd. Okay, so before I start talking about the fossils, I always have this slide. Please consider donating at DickinsonMuseumCenter.com. A lot of what I'm going to be talking about...
I think I took this photo. This is in the Hell Creek, I think in Garfield County. There's Denver's hat, and there's Jack Wilson's hat there.
This year is actually some really great opportunities to be involved with what we do here. So keep your eyes open on the rest of the talk. And yeah, if you're considering donating, please do. So a little outline. Do an introduction to some of the people here, and then we'll talk about some of the museum news and new exhibits and things like that. And then we'll be talking about discoveries from fieldwork. Then around 6:45, or however long it takes me to get through all my slides, we'll go to our live on-camera session. This is live, of course, as well, but you'll get to see all of us and ask us questions, and we'll...
Yeah, and I think I may have even butted in during this and asked to see some stuff. Didn't I ask to see Danny Ceratops? I think I did. Let's see. Nice ornithomimosaur skull right there. Anywho, Steve says, thanks, Danny. Looking forward to seeing some really cool stuff coming out of our lab starting in September, including the skull of that yearling from the egg site. That was super cool. I remember being at Jack's bone bed site on my last day in the field there. And then Denver and Liz were getting texts. There's a lower jaw from that little duck-billed dinosaur coming out of the egg site. Really exciting.
Was it this past year? 2024? No, it would have been 2025. There we go. Excellent. Yeah.
Welcome to the 9th annual field report. This is about the 5th one I think we've ever done.
Nice. Jacob says, I have to say, last week the few times you mentioned how birds are dinosaurs, it's quite literally all I think now when I see a bird. That's awesome. Jacob. It's, here. I remember the first time it really clicked with me. Looking for the image here, but it changed the way I saw the world. There we go. I really love this image here. It's a classic. A little out of date at this point because even the dinosaur at the beginning, this Maniraptoran, should have feathers all over its body. But just this idea that dinosaurs never really went completely extinct. We have how many species of them around today?
Over 9,000!
Yeah, roughly 10 or 11,000 species of bird. Some people say more. Over 9,000 species of living dinosaur on our planet today. Yeah, pretty extraordinary. So anyway, I'm glad, Jacob, that stuck with you. Good stuff. Where is Danny Ceratops here? Let's see. There it is.
So, Danny, if it's not...
Steve. You guys did a great job with these streams.
So, Danny, if it's not too off topic, would like to see Danny Ceratops again.
Okay, that's in my office.
What a cool broadcast.
This is a specimen on loan from Museum of the Rockies, and I'm busy writing it up. There's not that much of it. But what there is of it...
Oh, and hang on. Well. Ty-Rex, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
TYY_X has arrived in force with their army of 185 chickens.
Thank you, Ty-Rex, for the raid. Orion's World 420. Fancy Potato
But
Chip.
in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And thank you, Zombie Game Boy and Kiwi Puppers. I appreciate those follows. Welcome to Paleontologizing here. It's good to have you. Mandosaur, sounds like you're in the right place.
When you
Welcome.
find something like this,
Welcome.
it may be something that's never been seen before.
The ponderous Trachodon.
I'm back in California.
32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth.
Thank you.
And not a single cavity.
Quantum Foam Slice. One of the lesser known of the 007 films.
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
D-Wolf PT, thank you for the follow.
Covered with thin, bony plates.
It's good to have you here. If anyone's here for the very first time...
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Oh, well, thank you for the kind words and for the follow there, the Chill 808. Appreciate that. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I just got back from Montana, where I was digging up dinosaurs with the Badlands Dinosaur Museum of Dickinson, North Dakota. Prior to that, I was working with the Central Laramidia Project in Wyoming, digging up more dinosaurs. So, like, almost a month full of dinosaur excavations. And now I'm back here in my office for one day only, one stream, before I take a little vacation. I'll be back in about a week doing some more office streams, and then it's back out to Utah, where I'll be digging up dinosaurs there. But, here we go. Let me to play a quick little channel trailer for anybody who might be new here. Should introduce you to what we are all about here on this channel. Let's see. There we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome, welcome everybody, and thank you again very much for the raid, Tyrex. I hope you had an excellent stream. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, and I like all the tiny arms raids messages. The thing about Tyrannosaurs is that their tiny arms were a big advantage to them. So when you've got a huge animal like this, it's got to balance on two legs, because it's got that central fulcrum, you know, you've got an enormous heavy head on one side. You've got to do something to reduce the weight at the front part of your body in order for things to actually work properly. You could either reduce the size of your head and then become a less effective predator or carnivore. You could bulk up your tail and add extra weight there, but then that slows you down overall. Or you just reduce your forelimbs. So every ounce of weight that was reduced from those forelimbs, as the arms got smaller and smaller, it allowed the head to become ever bigger and deadlier. And that seems to be the general trend for tyrannosaurs. This was a successful strategy for them. It's not anything to be made fun of. It's like, this is how these animals work, you know? It's part of their secret sauce, I suppose. Anywho. Yeah. Somebody mentioned Nano-Tyrannus. Yeah, Puggo Wuggo. Don't get too attached to that name, Nano-Tyrannus, because there are several projects in the works, I am told, seeking to invalidate that name based on some
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Fizorek, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Chill 808, Suchomimus or Crustatosaurus. So people keep asking me this. I haven't had a chance to read the paper yet. Again, I just got home from Montana, Saturday afternoon. Yesterday I spent all day unpacking and packing and doing chores and everything. Haven't had a chance to catch up on the literature yet. But I think Crustatosaurus was named first. And if they turn out to be the same critter, then that's the name that gets to stay, according to ICZN rules. So the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature writes the rule book on names for animals. And so there's this name called there's a rule called the principle of priority. And that rule states that the first name that gets published in the scientific literature, based on okay material, is the name that gets to prevail if it's found that the same critter's been named twice. If that happens, if Suchomimus and Crustatosaurus are the same critter, then the name that was published first is the one that gets to stay, and the other one gets abandoned. This is all contingent upon them being the same animal, though. So, Cristatosaurus is not based on a ton of material. We've got a claw, we've got some verts, we've got some jaw fragments here. But this was named back in 1998. That's the same year as Suchomimus. Huh.
Dinosaurs, the terrible lizards.
So that might be a photo finish there. Like, which one was actually named first in 1998? And Soul Folia, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. 4 months early. That would make sense, Dr. Terra. Here, let's look at this graph. Look at that graph. Thank you, Mendoza. We appreciate good data around here. Thanks for the follow, too. Alright. Okay, so the original publication appears to be in French. Nope, hang on. No, that's not the one that names Cristatosaurus. There we go.
Access granted.
There we go. So this was in March 5th, 1988. April 24th, 1988? Après, is that French for April? No, it's not.
Avril.
This is not. Okay, hang on. Alright, I had to type it in a notepad, and now... Yeah, okay. Nope, detect language... August! Okay, okay.
Note submitted on March 5th, 1998.
Yep.
Note remise le 5 mars 1998, acceptée après révision le 24 août 1998.
Alright, so Suchomimus must have been after August of 1998? I remember that was published in the journal Science, and they generally have pretty good dates on... Let's see... There it is there. Yep, November 1998. Yeah, so that means... if they are the same critter, Suchomimus, that name, will have to go by the wayside, and Cristatosaurus is the name that will prevail. That's just how it works. Them's the rules. So yeah. Anywho. And the Chill 808 says, we did get Brontosaurus back, so maybe there is hope. That's controversial. There's a lot of sauropod workers who don't use the name Brontosaurus. That's still kind of an open question. That case is not closed yet. So yeah, don't crush my dreams. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, and I I'm not trying to put anybody down by saying this, but people on the internet especially love to just get furious about these things and be frothing at the mouth about which name to call a certain dinosaur by. But when you actually work on dinosaurs, you know, when you're there on the inside looking out, you quickly realize that it doesn't really matter that much what we call them. It's just an argument over semantics at that point. Like, I guess you're arguing over whether or not two taxa are synonymous or not, but, you know, we made up these names in the first place. What we call a particular specimen doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. It's important to remember that. Whether we call something Suchomimus or Crustatosaurus, it doesn't change anything about the animal itself, you know? That's why I really dislike the phrase, paleontologists now say that Brontosaurus never existed. It's like, that's not what anybody says. That's not legit. That's wrong. It's not whether or not the dinosaur itself existed. It's just, do we call it Brontosaurus or do we call it Apatosaurus? It doesn't really matter, in my opinion. Like, it's fine to argue about these things. It's fine to look at it from the perspective of, are these two taxa actually synonymous? Are they the same critter or are they different? That's what this argument is over. Is Brontosaurus the same dinosaur as Apatosaurus, or is it not? I suspect they probably are the same for the intents and purposes that really matter, but I don't really work on sauropods. I'd love to get Kerry Woodruff on here for an interview at some point. Talk to him about this. But yeah. And Queen Dark Lady makes a really good point. It's like people arguing whether Pluto is a planet or a dwarf planet. It's still Pluto. Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, Thunder Lizard does sound awesome. It's a world-class name for sure. But and you can make the argument that we as scientists have a certain duty to the general public. That we should keep things as simple as possible, but in the case of Brontosaurus versus Apatosaurus, I think maybe that ship has sailed. There's been like 40 years of paleontologists saying, well, we should really call it Apatosaurus. To go back on that at this point, I don't know if it actually does make things easier for the public. So anyhow, yeah. But yeah. My favorite dinosaur when I was little? Well, I mean, your favorite dinosaur might now be called Apatosaurus, Ronald. That's science. That's how it goes. So yeah. Anywho. And cloacas, this is true, Mandy Roots, yeah. That is a general archosaur thing. Birds and crocs have that too. And there you go, Trees, yeah. Mandosaurus says, why do the Chinese use the suffix long for their raptor? It's for lots of different dinosaurs, Mandosaur, not just dromaeosaurs. Here, in fact, we even had, I think, a new one this year, right? Here's new non-avian dinosaur taxa, just named, published this year in 2026. And it's weird. The scroll button isn't working. So I'm just going to scroll down like this. But I think we've got at least, oh, here we go. Gong Xiulong is a new kind of hadrosaur that was just described this year. How Long is another ornithopod. And Xiang Yunlong is a sauropodomorph. Long is a suffix that just means dragon. So there's also Yanta Luong. Long, I think, is short for Hung Long, which means like ancient dragon, something like that. So it's become a suffix for Chinese dinosaurs. Dinosaurs from China. And maybe some from Mongolia, too. But yeah, it's just kind of a naming convention, you know? There's no rule saying that you have to name something like that. But, it's like a tradition that people have fallen into, and you hear something long, you know it's going to be a critter from China. But yeah. And, oh, somebody else had a question about, birds evolving from dinosaurs, and what did sauropods evolve into? Our, big two-legged, or four-legged plant-eating dinosaurs. These critters. What kind of birds did they evolve into? And the answer is nothing. These guys went completely extinct. The only dinosaurs that are still around today are birds, and birds all evolved from theropods. So theropod dinosaurs are the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. Birds are part of that group. So theropods are the only dinosaurs that are still around. All birds are theropods. The sauropods, the ornithopods, the thyreophorans, stegosaurs, and ankylosaurs, the ceratopsians and other marginocephalians, all those dinosaurs went completely extinct, didn't leave any descendants today. The only dinosaur group that still has living representatives today is the theropods, the two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. Velociraptor, and Allosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus, these are all theropods. And there was presumably one species of theropod that gave rise to all the birds. So it's not like Spinosaurs became this kind of bird, and Tyrannosaurs became that. No, not at all. There was one species, we think, of theropod dinosaur that all of the birds evolved from. So all of the living birds today, how many species?
Over 9,000!
Most estimates
The
put it
extinction
around
of
10 or
dinosaurs
11,000.
is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
Mandy Roots, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, of all the theropods, there was one species that gave rise to the birds. And that's it. From that one species, over 9,000 species of bird today can trace their ancestry. So yeah. Anyhow. Rhinos? Well, yeah, rhinos are kind of mammal, though. So rhinos are more closely related to horses and tapirs, and then more distantly than that, you and me, than they are to any dinosaur. Yeah. So here, I feel like this is really important to discuss. When we're talking about how living things are related to one another, as scientists, we mean that in a very literal sense. When we say that two critters are related to each other, we don't just mean that they have similar vibes, that they look similar, they make us feel a similar way or whatever. No, when we say that two critters are related to one another, we mean that very literally. What we mean is that just like you are related to your siblings or your cousins, you share a recent common ancestor with them. You've got at least one of the same parents as your siblings. You've got the same grandparents as your cousins. It's the same way with living things on our planet. All living things are related to one another. We think they all evolved from a single common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. We can look at that on this grand tree of life like this. As far as we know, every living thing on our planet is related. And so when we say that something is or is not a dinosaur, we're actually talking about the evolutionary relationships of different creatures when we say that. So all of the dinosaurs evolved from a common ancestor. They all spring from that one forebear. There's one ancestral species of dinosaur that all the other dinosaurs evolved from, and that is by definition why they are dinosaurs. So if you can trace your ancestry back to that first dinosaur, then you are a dinosaur. If you can't, then you're not a dinosaur. So birds, we can trace their ancestry back through the theropods to that first dinosaur. They are dinosaurs. Whereas pterosaurs right here, what many members of the public call pterodactyls, they are...
Access denied.
Not dinosaurs. They are not dinosaurs. They're close, but not quite. They didn't evolve from that first dinosaur, so they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Same with crocs, same with turtles, same with plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, and mammals like us. None of those are dinosaurs. Mammals aren't even reptiles. They split from the rest of the amniotes way back in like the Carboniferous or early. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. This is the fundamental principle in all of biology, and I mean that very literally. Like, if you don't understand this, or if you never learned this in school, which many, many, many people in the United States never learn this in school, unless maybe they go to university and take a biology course. But like, if you went through elementary, middle school, high school in the US and you never learned this concept, I'm sorry, but you never were taught biology. Like, most people in the US never actually learn biology in school. This is the fundamental principle that ties everything together. It would be like trying to teach somebody chemistry, but for whatever reason they don't even touch the concept of the atom. They're like, we're not allowed to teach that. Atoms? What? Electrons? Protons? Neutrons? Like, no, that's verboten. We can't discuss that. It would be like trying to teach biology without teaching evolution. Evolution is what makes everything make sense. If you don't learn that, you don't learn biology, you know? Oh, anyway, I go on rants about this all the time, but I live in a weird country in the U.S. where, I show this off sometimes too. This guy is second in line to the presidency of the United States. And, he said that, teaching evolution in schools leads to school shootings. This is the kind of, like, these are the people who are in charge of this country. It's just bonkers, you know? Like, I'm not kidding. So our work is cut out for us as science educators, as paleontologists, evolutionary biologists. Like, I make my living talking about these concepts live on stream. And there are so many intelligent, well-read, well-educated people who have never heard of these concepts because it's just so rarely taught in school, you know? It really is wild. Here's a clip from a documentary about this. There was this famous trial that happened back in 2005, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, where some creationists were trying to teach creationism in the classroom. And anyway, here's a little snippet from that. Highly recommend this documentary. It's really good. If I'm in my office in late September, we will watch this because it's always worth a watch. But I might be in the field then. We'll see. Anyway.
That has characteristics of shoulder, elbow, even parts of wrist, bone for bone. So you have a fish at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being...
And Spencer McElroy, I've heard the same thing about Mike Johnson.
Written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features.
I need to bring
that
Kevin
support
on.
Darwin.
This is not Kevin Padian right here. This is the actor from the reenactment, but you'll see Kevin in a second. Kevin lives here in the Bay Area, and I really want to do an interview with him at some point in the fall, I hope. Talk about this and some other stuff. He was brought on as a star witness in this trial.
Tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Yep.
How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yep.
And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B. There are no fossils.
So the pandas book, that's, oh boy, I have that here in my office. This was a creationist textbook that basically said, like, oh, don't worry about where critters come from. It must just be magic, I guess. The creationists were trying to get this book into public school classrooms in Dover, Pennsylvania as like a testing ground, and then their plan was to spread it throughout the country after that. There's a big trial about this. So this book, the whole point is like, oh, biology isn't really real. Critters just kind of poof into existence magically, and don't worry about it too much.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B. There are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted pandas' claim that different life forms appear suddenly.
Here's the punchline.
By showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
And so this is the thing, is that when I say we, I mean paleontologists, geologists, evolutionary biologists, botanists, malacologists, mycologists, ornithologists, herpetologists, all of these different scientists who study different aspects of the way the Earth works with its natural systems and life on the Earth, how it evolves and changes over time. We have built this grand edifice of knowledge with literally millions of data points that, and this is extremely simplified right here, like a super simplified kind of tree of life with these various fossils, but this is something that has taken centuries, and it is one of the grandest accomplishments that science has ever achieved. I want everybody to know about this. That's why this channel exists. That's why I do this work, But here, what does Kevin say about this?
Resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's a huge influence. And again, I've spoken with very, very clever people who consider themselves very intelligent, and sure they are. Medical doctors and lawyers and philosophers and inventors and librarians and school teachers and physicists and chemists, and they have no idea about the history of life on Earth. They don't have the faintest understanding of evolution, because even with all of their schooling, they never happen to learn that, Basically, unless you go to a university in the US and you take a biology course, a decent one, you will probably go your whole life without really learning about evolution or the history of life on Earth. And that is, I think that's kind of criminal, But again, there are very powerful people who don't want you to know about this kind of thing because they hate and fear it, there are a lot of people in the world who they don't want you to know about this because you might question their authority, you know? If you understand that all living things are related to one another, and that we're part of this grand tree of life that goes all the way back 3 or 4 billion years into Earth's past, when life first originated, that every living thing on our planet is related, then you might feel a certain kinship with the natural world and with your fellow human beings. Maybe you don't want to fight people based on their skin color or their religion or some sort of cultural trapping or something like that. Maybe you realize that, hey, we have much more in common than we have, you know, different between us. Maybe we should all get along. And maybe we should question what people in power are trying to make us believe. But I don't know. Anyhow, yeah. And Mac L72 says, no kid in Europe gets out of primary school without knowing the basics of evolution. I don't know. I've spoken with physics postdocs from... One was from Denmark and one was from Italy, and neither of them had they knew the first thing about evolution. So it's a more widespread problem than you would imagine. Anyhow. Yeah. Oh. Metazua, how did I forget? We need to do that before it expires. Hopefully we didn't miss it. Oh no, have we got like... Oh. Okay, we still have 2 hours. Nice. Speaking of this idea of the relatedness of living things, this is a tradition. We do this which every broadcast here when I'm back in my office. Oh, hang on. Salty Anchor.
Salty_anchor just managed the locals with 20 subscriptions.
Salty Anchor, thank you for those 20 gift subs. Holy moly. Do I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate it, Salty Anchor. Thanks for keeping me here online and making it possible for me to do this full time. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And there are 20 lucky chatters who won't have to watch a single ad on this platform, on this channel, for the next month. I'll be out in Utah digging up dinosaurs again for like 2 weeks by the time they have to watch a single ad on here. So thank you, Salty Anchor. I appreciate your generosity, your community-mindedness there. Yeah. And there you go, Puggo Wuggo. Yeah. That's the thing, is I want to make it very clear that is an extreme, like, minority religious view. The vast majority of people of faith around the world have no problem with evolution. Just like they don't have a specific objection to gravity or to the germ theory of disease or to atomic theory or anything like that. Like, it's just science. Like, why should we be scared of that? That's the vast majority of religious folks around the world have a totally reasonable view of this, you know? But especially here in the US, there's like a very, very vocal and powerful minority of people who I'm not even necessarily convinced that they're actually truly religious. I get the feeling that oftentimes they're just using that as a cudgel to beat people over the head with and try and garner more power for themselves. Like, I don't think they actually have a deeply held personal conviction about any of this stuff. I think it's just... I suspect it's nefarious. So I do not mean to denigrate any religious folks. That's not at all what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Anywho. Can we blame Tiktaalik for taxes, says Puggo Wuggo? A lot of people do. Yeah. You're telling me a stupid fish came out of the water 300 40 million years ago, and now I have to go to work and pay taxes? Anyhow. It's not an uncommon sentiment online. Make for a great sticker? Well, it is on Redbubble. I think it's a t-shirt design or something. No, it is a sticker. Here, if you really want that, here's a link. I showed it off. I might as well cite my sources. There we go.
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete, these men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They
Getting
had brought
close
back
to
to
4
life
whole years
one
of
of the
subscribing
greatest
to the best
animals that ever
paleontologist
walked the
around.
face of the earth.
Thanks for
Oh, Jump
making
Chess.
such a great channel, Danny.
I appreciate you saying that, Jump Chess. Thank you for making it possible for me to continue this, as you have been for the past 46 months. Holy cow. Thank you for that. Superb. Thank you for your continued support, Jump Chess. Thank you for the kind words. Anyhow. Where were we? Oh, we're gonna do some Metazoa. Let's do that. So yeah, living things are related to one another. Who knew? No. We knew. The point of this game is to try and figure out the mystery animal of the day.
Dinosaurs rule.
And thank you, 23 Frank, for the follow. Welcome. There's a mystery animal. We have to try and figure out what it is using an evolutionary family tree to narrow it down. So this is a lot like that game Wordle, if you're familiar with that. We've got to guess the mystery word of the day, but I would argue that it requires a bit more knowledge than something like Wordle, because you have to have some kind of an understanding of how different animals are related to one another. And so for this game, I like to use OneZoom as a little visual aid here. As far as we know, all living things on our planet are related to one another. But lucky for us, Metazoa only deals with animals. So instead of 2.2 million species, we only have to deal with about 1.4 million. So out of these 1.4 million species, there is one mystery animal of the day. We gotta try and figure out what it is. Let's dive in.
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. The way that it works is you type in the name of an animal right here, and this game will show you the most exclusive evolutionary group that includes the mystery animal and your guess. So if you guess really close, it'll be a very small group. If you're nowhere close, it'll be a huge group. This game is heavily biased toward mammals, those fuzzy milk-producing vertebrates. I often like to start with a mammal. Let's start with mouse. It's always a good one to start with. Mice are a kind of rodent. It's a very speciose group. We'll start there and see where we get. Okay. And not the furthest away, but not the closest either. Our critter is a sarcopterygian fish. Mammals are also a kind of sarcopterygian fish, believe it or not. But it's not a mammal. So, interesting. Very interesting. I think I might know what it is, and I think we might get it in 2 guesses. We'll see. But, here. From animals, I guessed mouse, which is musculus. The house mouse. It's like GeoGuessr, but evolution. There you go, Mendosaur, yeah. Yeah. House mouse, musculus. So we guessed this, and Metazoa said, nope, not a mouse. Best I can do for you today is, Sarcopterygii, you know? So, yeah, it's some kind of lobe-finned fish. So, let's jump from musculus to Sarcopterygii. The lobe-finned fishes, which include the tetrapods. So all of the reptiles and amphibians and mammals all belong to this group, Sarcopterygii. This is why we say that penguins and lemurs and birds are fish, because they all evolved from a fish that looked a lot like Tiktaalik, like I was showing you earlier. Again, remember this? Can we not open a new tab? Okay, I guess not. Anyway, yeah. All of the mammals, amphibians, and reptiles all evolved from a fish like this that came up onto land, so they are, by definition, fishes. Sarcopterygian fishes, the lobe-finned fishes. Now here's the thing. We guessed mouse. It says, nope, Sarcopterygii. It doesn't say mammalia. It doesn't say tetrapoda. It's got to be something really early branching here. And our branch that comes off first is the coelacanths. And so... oh boy. It's gotta be a coelacanth, I think. Right?
Hold on to your butts.
Ding, ding, ding! Latimeria chelumnae, the West Indian Ocean coelacanth. One of my favorite living critters. Yes! Yeah. 2 guesses. Superb. We'll watch a video on coelacanths in a minute, but, did I lose my streak? Was I gone for too long? Oh, goodness. Here. I must have lost it. Shoot. Well, that's okay. Our average guesses are down to 2, I guess. I guess a month-long fieldwork hiatus is enough to reset my stats. Okay. Let's talk about coelacanths for a minute, shall we? Retire now with awesome stats, says Mark Melvin. I have a... yeah, whatever. Let's make the averages fun again? I guess, Girder Bust, yeah. Yeah, good thinking. One of the easiest scores in Metazoa? Yeah, Petrodactylus. They're a living fossil group in the... if you like that term, which I'm not particularly fond of. But that's okay. Here we go. A lovely intro to this critter. Right here from HHMI. First, though, hang on. Let me give you a link to our coelacanth streams. Fishmas is our annual celebration of the discovery of the coelacanth. What's that right there? On Ko-Fi. Read the scientists maybe don't know much all about science. But they can still make really important contributions to science. Hang on, that didn't work. So much of this comes down to, like, connections. Who do you know? Who do you talk to? One of my favorite videos on YouTube. Check this out. This is, in many ways, I think, one of the greatest adventure stories in the biological sciences of the 20th century. This is the sort of thing that there should be a movie about, you know? I could totally see a director like Adam McKay, who, when he did Don't Look Up, he did Step Brothers. I think, did he do The Big Short as well? And, did he also do The Vice? Is that Adam McKay? Yeah. Anyway, I could totally see him doing a movie about this because it's such a tremendous like adventure story. It would make me so happy to see this get a proper Hollywood treatment. And it's all true.
You have this fish it's like a sort of living time machine.
It was like looking at a dinosaur. This creature that has been around for 400 million years.
It was December the 22nd, 1938. On this hot December day in East London, South Africa, a trawler came into town and deposited its load of fish, and the trawler captain had a habit of keeping any odd-looking, interesting specimens and giving them to the curator of the local museum, Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Yep. And she knew what she was doing. She would be the plucky protagonist of the film. People talked down to her, they disrespected her, but she knew what she was doing. And that self-assurance and that knowledge earned her a place in history.
She loved nature so much, and she wanted to make the museum's collections the best they possibly could be. And so she went down to the harbour side. She described picking through this big pile of slimy fish and eels, and then suddenly she saw poking up this sort of strange blue fin.
Yeah.
It's a very distinctive kind of fish with strange, fleshy, limb-like fins. This thing was like nothing she had ever seen.
She knew it was special.
Said to the chairman of the museum, I think this is something really special.
She didn't know what it was, but she kind of felt in her bones that it was important. And she didn't let anybody tell her that it wasn't important. She knew that it was.
Went, oh no, little Latimer, it's just a rock cod. But she knew in her gut that it was something different. She thought, well, I've got to find a way to preserve it. So she set off on Christmas Eve in East London.
Again, like you could see this being a scene from a comedy film. Going around town right before Christmas. Nobody wants to deal with this. And she goes, hey, will you help me save this dead fish? People thought she was crazy.
She tried to get the local cold storage company to take care of it.
They said, oh, no way, go away.
She tried to get a local mortuary to embalm it.
They said, oh, we can't have any stinking fish here. She said, why? All the other people in here are dead anyway.
So eventually it was given to a taxidermist.
And she thought, well, I've got to find someone to identify this fish. And she immediately thought of Professor J.L.B. Smith.
Yep. So J.L.B. Smith was a chemist by trade. That was his official job. He was sort of I'm not going to say amateur ichthyologist, because he published papers on fish. He was a legit ichthyologist, but that wasn't his job title. He did it because he was passionate about it. And I don't think he had any formal training in fish science, but he was self-taught and became South Africa's, at the time, only ichthyologist, even if it wasn't his official job title.
Who was the only ichthyologist in South Africa.
So she drew a rough little drawing and sent a letter. As soon as he saw the fish, he walked round and round it slowly.
He practically fainted.
He said it was like bombs going off in my head, and I was seeing the shape of a fish known only from fossils.
It's such a characteristic shape. It's like the outline of a Viking ship.
This was the coelacanth, a fish that was thought to have become extinct 65 million years ago.
Yeah.
It was like a dinosaur had just come into your living room.
You know, 400 million years ago, these were just a bunch of fishes, very much like other kinds of fish that were around at the time. But now they are these absolute anomalies. There's nothing else like it on the planet.
They had, in fact, made the discovery of the century.
It was given the name Latimeria chalumnae in honor of Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Without her, the specimen wouldn't have been preserved.
The key excitement was the fact that this was such an obvious living fossil.
Charles Darwin came up with the term. It's sort of dumb in a way, because if it's alive, it can't be a fossil. Well, what it means is there's an early fossil record, then a total gap, and then there happens to be a living one. It doesn't mean that hundreds and hundreds of its relatives haven't become extinct.
So how big do they get? About 2 meters long. So 6, maybe even approaching 7 feet long, Dirterbust. They can be sizable. Yeah.
One of the things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
When the coelacanths first appeared as one lineage of lobe-finned fishes, among other similar-looking forms, well, what can you say about the world? They shared the waters.
Oh, hang on.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any
Super
creature
Alu
before
and their
them
22
or
raiders
since.
want to know more than that.
Super Allah, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you're having an excellent day. Hope you had an excellent stream. I appreciate you bringing everybody over. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are taking a quick look at a video here about coelacanths, because that was our mystery animal of the day on Metazoa. And Feister90, hello to you. Welcome. Good to have you. Join Sweetie Pie. She's a little attention-starved. And was gone for a whole month. Now you just can't get enough of me, huh? Oh. Yeah. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome. Anyway, Super Allah, thank you. For bringing everybody over. I appreciate it. Yeah. There we go.
One of the things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
When the coelacanths first appeared as one lineage of lobe-finned fishes, among other similar-looking forms, well, what can you say about the world? They shared the waters with strange, armored, jawless fish with sucker-like mouths. One lineage of their close relatives started nosing around in the shallows, and then I suppose from the coelacanth's perspective just sort of disappeared out of view as they emerged up onto the land.
I like to sort of think of the coelacanth as saying, bye and good luck.
We get into the period of the coal swamps, producing so much oxygen that it becomes possible for dragonflies the size of falcons and millipedes longer than a man.
It might not actually be because of the height and oxygen levels that these arthropods got so big. It might be different reasons for that. But I'm not going to get into it at the moment.
The world is suddenly struck by a gigantic mass extinction. Something like 90% of all species disappear. Coelacanths sort of keep going. They're perhaps taking a bit of a knock, but there are quite a lot of them. They swim around, do their coelacanth thing.
Oh, Sweetie Pie is watching this.
Oh, another huge mass extinction. Then mammals diversify on the land. Primates emerge. One primate lineage starts standing up on its hind limbs, starts speaking, and here we are. And
starts streaming on Twitch.
Meanwhile, coelacanths, well, they haven't really changed.
Well, they've changed, but
That is
Not
a
as much as we
truly astonishing thing. For me personally, it is just that the world should have such things in it. That it should be possible to see this kind of improbable ghostly messenger from the very deep past.
And I just hope that the coelacanth manages to outlive us all and keep going and witnessing what is to come.
There are two known species of coelacanths. That is Latimeria chelumnae, the West Indian Ocean coelacanth, and Latimeria manatoensis, the Indonesian coelacanth. They live on steep underwater slopes off the coast of East Africa and Indonesia. Stuff. Here is a link. This lovely video. There you go. Here we go. And there was a, here it is up on YouTube. Excellent. There's a recent documentary about the coelacanth here that I'll share with you.
You're not going to believe this.
What?
But I'm turning into...
Turning into what?
A dinosaur.
Good for you, Solor. Thank you for the 26 months of support. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, keeping me here online. Yeah. Oh, and nice, Claire. Okay. Reno's there. Hello, Reno. Hope you're doing well. Here, check this out. This came out just last September, I think.
Neptune control.
Go ahead, control.
Summer 2024.
We've talked about this before, Claire. But it's on YouTube now, which is nice.
Roger.
An expedition is setting off in search of a little-known fish that lives in the deep sea. Its fossilized skeletons had been found in rocks that are 400 million years old and suggest that these fish could be the ancestors of all backboned animals, including ourselves. But their fossils disappear at the same time as those of the dinosaurs, 66 million years ago. Then, in 1938, a trawler fishing off the coast of South Africa made an astonishing catch.
Just nuts.
It was undoubtedly the same kind of fish as coelacanth, but an hour or so earlier, it had been alive.
Nuts,
It was a
you know?
sensation, a
Bonkers.
true living fossil. But little was known about how and where it lived. Now, a special
Check this
expedition
out.
in a state-of-the-art research
Look at that vessel.
is setting off to try and discover more about
Bonkers.
this living fossil.
Ready for the water.
And they hit lucky.
Yeah, what's that?
Well,
that's pseudocon. Okay, pseudocon. What's that? Is that silicon? Oh, yeah, we found silicon.
There was a whole group of these ancient fish.
Oh, but look how they're all moving. So crazy. And
Look at
the
that.
white tummy.
They even witnessed, for the first time, what appears to be its mating behavior. And the video recordings they made shed light on how primitive fish like the coelacanth may have used their fins to walk on land.
Yep.
It's just gorgeous. And when we look at creatures like this,
we see the evolutionary history we share with fish.
Join us on a journey to discover more about this
To
mysterious
the global and serious game of paleontology.
Only positive vibes, TTV. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
survivor from the very ancient past.
Deep ocean kingdom of coelacanth. There's a teaser for you. Here's a link. Good stuff. Maybe bookmark that and watch it after stream. It's a lot of fun. One more thing about coelacanths before we move on to some other stuff. I've talked about how, you know, this could have, like, this should be a Hollywood film. The story of the coelacanth. After that first specimen was discovered, well, when Marjorie Courtney Latimer had the thing mounted by a taxidermist, all of the internal organs had to be discarded. They didn't have formaldehyde, they didn't have a way to preserve them. And this was considered like a tragedy. They wanted to be able to look inside this fish and figure out what's going on internally. They needed a second specimen. And so there was a, like, what was it? I think a 14-year search. It was multiple years to try and find a second specimen and get the innards too and be able to fully describe the animal inside and out and publish on it scientifically. And so there was this global search that went on for a second specimen of coelacanth.
JLB was a remarkable fisherman and actually predicted that the first coelacanth didn't naturally live off East London, that it was a more tropical, deep-water animal.
Smith felt certain that if coelacanths were native to the highly fished waters off East London, they would have been caught many times before. He reasoned that Marjorie's fish inhabited the deep tropical reefs to the north and had been driven toward East London by currents running down through the Mozambique Channel.
So he distributed leaflets all over the East African coast.
Smith's leaflets, in English, French, and Portuguese, offered a £100 reward.
Dead or alive, 100 pounds. Have you seen this fish?
An enormous sum for a local fisherman. But he still faced tremendous odds against finding a second specimen. After all, the coelacanth had proved amazingly adept at eluding discovery.
JLB was a fisherman, a mad fisherman.
As with the first specimen, caught by trawler fishermen, Smith was counting on those who made a living from the sea.
It's very fresh.
And like Smith, biologist John McCusker knows where to ask when looking for a particular fish.
These men are the best ichthyologists, I'm sure. They know the differences between, the subtle differences between different species, different populations. If you want to find rare fish, you don't go to an ichthyologist or a museum. You go to a fish market. And these guys know fish. I mean, it's their whole life is fish.
The fishermen of the Comoros Islands would prove to be a godsend for J.L.B. Smith. The Comoros are a small group of volcanic islands then controlled by the French just north of Madagascar.
There, the Comoros Islands.
Here, men have fished in the same way for over 1,000 years and were said occasionally to pull out of the water a fish they called gombessa. Comoran fishermen had no idea this fish might shed light on one of the greatest scientific mysteries of all time. But the substantial reward caught everyone's attention.
Again, this is the sort of thing that you could see a really compelling film be made about. There's so many neat little little bits of the coelacanth story that all add up to this grand narrative, and there's so much potential for drama and comedy. It's just a great story. It is, Claire, yeah.
Then, in December 1952, from the Comoros, Smith got the telegram he'd hoped and prayed for 14 years.
It was 14 years, I was right.
It came from an English sea trader he'd met in Madagascar, Eric Hunt. Have 5-foot specimen coelacanth. Injected formalin here. Killed 20th. Advise.
The race was on.
Beside himself.
He had to get this.
Did Hunt have enough preservative? It would take weeks to reach the Comoros by boat. By then,
Suspense.
the fish might putrefy. He'd not spent all these years searching to let this specimen slip away.
So how is he going to get to this remote chain of islands before the fish completely rots? How is he going to save this coelacanth specimen for science? Well, he turns to the government. He turns to the military.
Smith turned to his connections in the South African government to try to borrow a plane, finally calling on the Prime Minister himself, D.F. Malan.
This guy. Oh, boy. Ugh.
Malan was at his beach cottage in 1952 when he got that famous phone call from J.L.B. Smith, and he realized that J.L.B. Smith had something important to tell him, that South Africa's prestige was at stake.
As a South African, Mike Bruton remembers the story of the second coelacanth well.
So Mike Bruton worked on a book about this. Well, there's 2 books I can recommend. If anybody wants like a full accounting of the whole coelacanth story, this book reads like an adventure novel, but it's all true. By Samantha Weinberg, A Fish Caught in Time. She was one of the voices in the little animated video that we saw earlier. Superb book. Some of the best science writing, popular science writing I've ever read. Cannot recommend this book highly enough. It is excellent. The cover image is no good. This looks too much like a trout or something. Coelacanths look different from it. Kind of doesn't do a good job of selling how weird and cool this fish is. But anyway, the book itself, superb. Highly recommend. J.L.B. Smith wrote a book called Old Forelegs, and Mike Bruton, here, annotated it. So this book has the original text in it, but then a bunch of additional information too. So here's the original text, and then there's all of these notes on the sides that provide additional context and updates. And here we go. There's the plane that they borrowed to go get the coelacanth.
And as a result, Malan eventually gave permission for that military Dakota to fly to the Comores, since been described as a sort of a military aeroplane going to a foreign country, taking a mad scientist to fetch a dead fish.
It's just, there's an absurdity to this that I find so entertaining.
Well, this is Dakota 6832, the one that we flew to fetch the coelacanth in 1952.
So that's a
Major General Duncan Ralston was a lieutenant at the time and the senior navigator on the flight that took J.L.B. Smith to the Comoros.
Professor Smith actually sat about here, and he was so tense and so excited.
So this kind of plane, it's also known as a C-47, or like a, was it DC-3, DC-2? It's the same cargo plane from Band of Brothers, like the paratrooper plane. Yeah. Douglas C-47 Skytrain, also known as the Dakota. Post-war, it was used as an airliner, but yeah, there we go. There's one with D-Day stripes on it. 2 of them with D-Day stripes. And there goes Smoothstone. Yeah, I'm not sure which was first. I want to say the C-47 was first, and later it was adapted for civilian purposes, but I'm not totally sure. But that's the
J.L.B. Smith to the Comoros.
Professor Smith actually sat about here. And he was so tense and so excited.
We had a long flight over the sea. There was almost no navigation aids. But we landed, and there was the fish.
The fish smelled strongly of the formaldehyde Hunt had used to try to preserve it. And it was a bit the worse for wear, having been carted across the island by the fishermen who caught it. Nevertheless, after 14 years of searching, Smith finally had his coelacanth.
I could not bring myself to touch it, and I knelt down to look, and I'm not ashamed to say that after all that long strain, I wept.
Professor Smith insisted that we get this fish back to the aeroplane and take off as quickly as possible. I'm not sure to this day whether we did in fact have proper diplomatic clearance to land at the island.
They didn't. The Comoros were a French colony at the time. They were risking an international conflagration. Like, wars have been started over things more minor than this.
What are dinosaurs?
And Miyamo Tonoyo Ritomo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If the French had caught them, their plane could have been shot down. I've heard other accounts that there may have been like fighter planes dispatched to try and intercept them, and they were just too late. Like, again, this... You could very easily turn this into a Hollywood film.
Take off as quickly as possible. I'm not sure to this day whether we did in fact have proper diplomatic clearance to land at the island or to take the fish away. I know subsequently the French government were enormously cross about the whole affair because they felt it belonged to them. So we flew back. We had to fly the fish down to Cape Town because Dr. Malone wanted to see it. Dr. Malone said when he saw the fish, "Why, it's very ugly, and is this where we came from?"
Milan was a creationist, and the...
Oh, boy. We were talking about creationism earlier. Here's the thing, though. When you, like, actively disbelieve in science, that often comes with a lot of other unsavory things as well.
Milan was a creationist and the father of South African apartheid.
Yeah, he was a real piece of work. Yeah, right, Moose? Yeah.
Aiding Smith in his evolutionary research was dangerous politically. But South Africa's prestige was at stake, and Milan welcomed the publicity.
This is Movie Joe, Donald Marston reporting. Meet Professor Smith of Grahamstown, South Africa, with a model of that famous fish, the coelacanth.
Coelacanths are close relatives of the fish that scientists consider as the ancestor of all land animals. The coelacanths have lived for probably 350 million years, and in that time they have changed but little.
Yes, the professor says the fish is a kind of ancestor of man. Poor fish.
Anyway, you can see how, when I say that this would make a phenomenal Hollywood film, this is what I'm talking. There's so much scientific intrigue and human drama and suspense and emotions high and low. It's a whole saga, you know? If anything, I think it kind of speaks to the creative bankruptcy of much of Hollywood nowadays, that this hasn't been made into a film yet. It's right there, you know? Oh, it could be so good. So yeah. Anyhow, a coelacanth. Our mystery animal of the day. We've got an hour and 18 minutes until the next one. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. I know, right? Yeah. I've got to go run to the restroom. But here, I'll give you let's go back just a minute. I'll play this for a minute. This is from last year's Fishmas 2025. Give me a chance to go run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
I can see that my
Hogan,
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for the 40 months. Now at tier 3, holy cow. Hogan, thank you. I appreciate your ongoing support, Hogan. Thank you very, very much. I gotta go run to the restroom. Be right back.
O'clock. And daylight. But what day? Hello, you there, boy.
What? Me, sir?
Yes, you, my good fellow. What day is today?
Today? Why, it's Fishmas Day, of course.
Fishmas Day?
I haven't missed it.
Well, hello, everybody. And a very, very happy Fishmas to us all. I'm so glad you're here today. Been looking forward to this stream for a long time. Before we get into that, I should introduce myself real quick before we get into our exciting theme for the day. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I don't normally talk about fossil fishes, but in a sense, dinosaurs are a kind of fossil fish. We'll be talking about that today. Anyway, as a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study. Paleontology is the study of fossils. Dinosaurs are but the tip of the iceberg in that, but they happen to be what I work on, what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers, like we were doing this past 2 summers in the field, streaming dinosaur excavations live on Twitch. But when I'm not out there in the field, I'm usually here in my office, going over some of the latest fossil discoveries, new papers published in the field of paleontology, answering viewer questions, trying to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works, you know? And thank you, Ridla, for these 7 months of support. I really appreciate that. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. Thanks for giving me a chance to use the little paleontologist room. There we go. And thank you, Rillo. It's good to be home. Although I leave first thing tomorrow morning. A little trip to Michigan. A little vacation. But I'll be back about a week later to do more office streams from here. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. We've got about another hour, 15 minutes. No. 2 hours, 15 minutes? Shoot. We might cut today's stream a little bit short. We'll see. Because I've got some stuff I gotta work on. But, if anybody happens to have any questions, now is an excellent time for that. Don't be shy. And how are you doing, sweetie pie? How are you doing? Oh, hi. What's going on? It's me? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Such a good sweetie pie. Yeah. I know there was fur all over my microphone when I came home. Was that your doing? Did you do that? I had to get some more masking tape, painter's tape, to pull that off of there. There's fur all over the mic. All over the mic cover. No, I can't see the screen. You gotta move. There we go. An hour 13 minutes till Metazoa resets. Since I'm not streaming tomorrow, or for the rest of this week, we can do 2 Metazoas today if we feel like it. But for now, I bet you there's a new PBS Eons video or something for us to take a look at. Let's do that. Let's see what we've got here. There we go. This is something that I was talking about a bit over the summer, so it's nice that PBS Eons has made a video about it. The terrifying reason flightless dinosaurs grew feathers. Is this going to be... Hang on. Is this going to be the raptor prey restraint hypothesis that we were talking about with Denver? I think it might be. Here, let's show a clip of that real quick. One of our VODs from Montana.
This is a modern pueblo created by the people of the United States as a research and development center for atomic weapons. Since Eniwetok is a distant and primitive area, men have to leave their stateside laboratories and homes for a period running into months. Since 1943, when Los Alamos
forever to load. Come on.
Men from this mesa have left the continental limits of the United States as the weapons
Come on.
they have created.
Let's refresh the page because it's taking forever. Sweetie Pie makes a better door than she does a window, I suppose.
Some 25 miles from Perry and Eniwetok.
Come on, transcript. You can do it. You can do it. Come on now. You can do it. Can't do it. Never mind. Alright, YouTube is not cooperating. It might not be that one either. I think it... Is it this stream? Where Denver talks about the raptor prey restraint hypothesis? Got him to talk about that after we got that raid from California Burbs. Alright, did that work? Let's see. Can you see and hear me right now, chat? Let me know. Excellent. Thank you, Lenina. Thank you, Claire Burr. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It wasn't on this day. It must have been this one. All right, the transcript isn't working, so I can't search for keywords. I was going to look for raptor prey restraint hypothesis. But... All right, did that work? Let's see. Can you see and hear me right now, chat? Let me know. Excellent. Thank you, Lenina. Thank you, Claire Burr. Hello. I don't think it's that one either. All right, let's see if that did it. This looks.
You got to figure out why your gas line isn't working, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you learn a lot.
But when you can stay anywhere remote as well, like if you were going to, I mean, I think it looks quite surprising, but
bone in the wrist.
Bone.
Yeah. There we go. This is what I'm looking for.
Partial hand of a canignathed Raptorosaur.
You have one to
from here.
Look at right now?
No.
Oh.
You can see. It came from like there.
Nice. Yeah. The stuff is here, but we don't happen to have a lot of particularly pretty things to look at the moment. Can you grab the timestamp? Oh, thank you, Claire. This will help a lot. I appreciate it, Claire. Excellent. Birds, actually. You want to talk for a minute about your claws paper? Claws 1?
Can do.
So this is important stuff. I'm guessing that this is what the PBS Eons video is about, just judging by the title. But if not, you'll still learn something cool here. Yeah.
We were looking at the feet of birds of prey. So we were looking at, initially, the generation of this paper was that someone had told me that certain birds of prey had a big claw on their digit 2, just like certain dinosaurs, like Velociraptor, etc. So I'd look.
So you know about Velociraptor with its big killing claw?
Admiral Blandy made recommendations of grave import regarding the atomic bomb. I am not an atomic playboy. As one of my critics flavors me.
Oh boy, that's a little graphic. Alright, I won't show it killing Udesk from Jurassic Park 3. There we go. Yeah. You know this scene from Jurassic Park with the claws clicking on the kitchen floor? That's the big digit 2 claw on these critters. Denver realized that some birds also have an enlarged digit 2 claw like that. Here I think is a Seriema bird, and they have that same sort of claw. It's not quite as pronounced, but it's still there. So what's the deal there, you know?
A few birds of prey, and I hadn't really noticed that, so I thought, oh, maybe it's not correct. But anyway, John Scannella, now Dr. John Scannella, had come into the office. He said, oh, I just found this great box in collections, all these dried out raptor feet, bird of prey feet. So I said, oh, that'd be really cool to see, and with an idea of looking for this relationship. So we got all these different claws. There were owl feet, there were owls, there were osprey, hawks, eagles, falcons, and we could see all the different proportions of the feet, all the different proportions of the claws, the length of the toes, all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we noticed there were real differences. So
it's PG-13.
Owls had large claws on all of their toes, but they weren't very curved. Ospreys had large claws on all their toes, but they were very curved.
Yeah.
And then the hawks, so the Aciptrids, had a really big claw on their digit 2, much bigger than the 2 and than the 3 and 4. And so we were, what could this?
So digit 2 is the middle toe here. So for Deinonychus, here we go, that'll work. Digit 2 is the one with the big claw. The little claw in the middle is digit 1. That's equivalent to your big toe, it's the hallux. Digit 2 is the one with the huge claw on it, and then you have 3 and 4 as you go outward. Does that make sense?
This before. Could it have anything similar to ancient extinct dinosaurs, raptors? So we did it. These were the days when YouTube was quite new.
Yeah.
And there weren't as many videos on there, so we started looking for behavior data on what do raptors do with these claws. Because we hadn't found anything in the literature. People hadn't really looked at the different ways that hawks and eagles and falcons, etc., kill.
Right.
Or disable their prey, I should say.
Uh-huh.
So this is where we watched lots and lots of videos, and basically the big digit 2 claws of hawks is for latching into prey and making sure they can't get away.
Right.
Specifically latching into what I call large prey.
I was really hoping that the signal wasn't cutting out like this periodically during the summer, but I guess it was. Every clip that we've looked at so far has got these blank spots like that. That's the Starlink. It's not perfect, you know?
If you're not familiar with birds of prey, most birds of prey
as bad as last year. That's good.
Small prey, their feet, they squeeze it tight, and it basically actually causes a heart attack. It's usually how constriction.
Oh, yowza. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, people think it's like suffocation, but actually you compress the heart, you compress all the arteries, and it causes a massive heart attack.
Oof.
So it's a very quick way to kill those small prey.
Yeah.
But if the prey are too big to fit inside the feet, they basically can't be constricted.
Uh-huh.
So these really big digit 2 claws latch into the prey, and then they stand on top of it and hold it down and basically eat it alive.
Wow. So this is how modern, like, golden eagles or red-tailed auks will catch large prey. Oh, and shoot, yeah, I can do that, Claire. That's annoying that it keeps disconnecting. I'm sorry about that. Let me make it like a jackrabbit or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, he's a little bit bigger than a jackrabbit if they're that big. I mean, it changes depending on the prey size. So basically, small prey you can fit in the feet. Large prey you can't fit in the feet. So you have to hold them down using your body weight, stand on top of them. But then they have very large prey, which are much larger than the bird.
Like a pronghorn or something for a golden eagle?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And those obviously can't even be held down, so they have a different strategy.
Yeah.
Prey use their claws and their toes to strategize how they kill their prey.
Right.
Dromaeosaurs and small raptor dinosaurs.
Right.
And it's not that like one dromaeosaur is like an owl, and another one is like a hawk. It's that when you look at the different proportions of the toes, the different proportions of the claws, what does a long phalanx...
Anyway, comparing the claw anatomy of extinct dinosaurs like Velociraptor to that of modern birds can potentially give us a lot of cool insights. And that's what Denver was working on here. And I suspect that is what this PBS Eons video will be about. We'll see. This is something that I don't feel has gotten nearly enough attention in the popular press. This whole paper, Predatory Ecology of Deinonychus and the Origin of Flapping Flight in Birds. Come on now. There we are. Really cool paper. And Denver and co-authors strove to make this as relatively jargon-free as they could, so it's easy for just about anybody to understand. But this is the idea, is that dinosaurs like Velociraptor, Deinonychus, maybe Utahraptor, were using their claws to hold down prey items as they eat it, in much the same way that modern birds do. And they were using their feathered forelimbs for flapping, staying upright on their prey as they're doing this. So, really cool stuff. I suspect that that's what this video is about. Let's see.
Around 124 million years ago, in what's now China, a turkey-sized feathered dinosaur called Caudipteryx zoomed across the ground through an early Cretaceous forest. In many ways, it looked a lot like the early birds that were learning to navigate the skies of the world at the time. It had wings and a tail featuring the same kind of feathers that those birds were using for flight. Ones that are long, broad,
their animations are really
but while Caudipteryx had flight-type feathers, it couldn't actually fly. Its wings were simply too small for that. So the question of what non-flying dinosaurs like Caudipteryx were doing with their feathered wings and why they originally evolved in the first place has been a mystery since they were discovered. But thanks to what might just be one of the strangest
But I'm turning into...
Turning into what? Hugin?
A dinosaur.
Thank you for the 26 months.
That's almost a whole year.
It is. You're almost there, Hugin. Thank you for your continued support, Hugin. I really appreciate it. It's good to have you here. And this is about something else. The whole raptor prey restraint hypothesis, I think, doesn't get nearly enough attention. This was, I thought, a little goofy. It's cool that they came up with a working model for this, but anyway, let's continue.
Experiments in the recent history of paleontology involving a makeshift robot dino, a new hypothesis has emerged. Early feathered proto-wings might have actually evolved to be scary.
Again, pretty speculative. Like, I don't know.
This may have been a case of fright before flight.
I mean, you can say that Oviraptorosaurs like Caudipteryx, like, oh yeah, sure, they may have eaten insects, like orthopterans, like grasshoppers. But we don't really know that, and that's... I feel like you should test for that before you start coming up with explanations for how they would have caught grasshoppers. Like, it feels like putting the cart before the horse. Maybe demonstrate that first, and then you can talk about how different aspects of their anatomy may have been used for catching grasshoppers. But first, you gotta show that they actually did catch grasshoppers, you know?
Caudipteryx is a member of a group of dinosaurs called the Peniraptorans, which includes modern birds as well as their close extinct relatives.
So Peniraptorans, these are Maniraptoran theropods. So theropods, the same group that birds evolved from, but these guys have pennaceous feathers. So they actually have like a central shaft on their feathers called the rachis, with all the barbs and barbules that come off of that. So they have more or less, you know, like advanced modern feathers. It's funny, I got into a big argument with this really obnoxious and dishonest creationist guy on Twitter years and years ago. And like, I managed to kind of back him into a corner, and he's like, well, you know, I'll admit that all of this is wrong, and maybe birds did evolve from dinosaurs if you can show me one example, just one, of a dinosaur that's not a bird with pennaceous feathers. And I'm like, well, okay, there's this entire group. Like, what are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You're in way over your head, dude. And he blocked me after that. I was very cordial and polite, but like, creationists, man. If they knew what they were talking about, they wouldn't be creationists. Like, it's like arguing with somebody who their whole raison d'etre is to be wrong. Like, they... Anyway. Neverwinter, thank you for the 28 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Neverwinter. Thanks for keeping me here online. It means a lot to me. Thanks for that, Prime.
And the group gets its name for the unique kind of feathers they have, pennaceous feathers, often found on their forelimbs and tails. Pennaceous feathers are rigid and flat, and they're structured around a central shaft known as a rachis. If you imagine a feather, you're almost certainly picturing a pennaceous one. But while today they seem like the classic form of feathers and are thought of primarily as tools for flight, feathers didn't evolve this structure until relatively late in their history, and they weren't originally used for flight at all.
Which, well, with pennaceous feathers, they couldn't have originally been used for flight. But there is a chance that dinosaurs like Caudipteryx may have been secondarily flightless. There's this concept that the Maniraptoran dinosaurs, especially the Peniraptoran dinosaurs, they may have actually evolved from birds. So, is this embiggened properly? Okay, that'll work. Nice. So here's an evolutionary family tree showing these different groups of theropod dinosaurs and their relation to birds. This is pretty hazy. We don't really know for certain that this is the exact arrangement that they should have here. But here's birds up here. They're often put at the top because, oh, well, they're the most derived. They're the group that's around today. But it could be that troodontids, dromaeosaurs, Scansopterygids, oviraptorosaurs, they may have all evolved from a bird. Birds should maybe be right here, avialae. There is a chance that these dinosaurs all evolved from a bird ancestor.
Oh, no, I don't.
We don't really know. We'll get back to that in a second. But Sibley, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that. 16 months of support from Sibley. Thank you, thank you. Excuse me. If that's the case, and if these groups aren't just sister to birds, but they actually evolved from a bird ancestor, that would mean that Velociraptor is a bird, Oviraptor is a bird, Anzu wiley is a bird, Troodon is a bird, and they would have all inherited those feathers from an ancestor who could fly. Which would mean that all these guys would be secondarily flightless, kind of like an ostrich, or a kiwi bird, or a penguin. They had ancestors who could fly, but they forsook that lifestyle for a terrestrial one. This is an idea that used to be pretty far out. People like Greg Paul advocated for it for a while. I don't know if Greg Paul still does, but that idea might be coming back. Jim Kirkland is fond of saying that the Utahraptor megablock in Utah might hold the clues here that could overturn the bird family tree and put Velociraptor and Utahraptor, Deinonychus, and the Oviraptors and Troodontids, put them into aviales, into the birds. Velociraptor and Utahraptor might be literally birds. They may have evolved from a bird, which would make them birds. So, birds are still dinosaurs, but certain dinosaurs that we thought were just close relatives of birds, they might legitimately just be a kind of bird. Velociraptor and Deinonychus could be birds. Same with Utahraptor. We don't know. We're still figuring this out. And Nordic Gale says it just takes one new fossil, right? Well, ideally you have more than one, but yeah, one fossil can sometimes overturn the way that we think about entire groups like that. Yeah. And Huygens says if they were alive today, they would almost certainly be perceived as weird birds. I mean, yeah. You look at these critters here and you're like, that's a weird looking bird. What's this? What kind of bird is that? That's Oviraptor. But yeah. Someone needs to prep that. Exactly, Golganek, yeah. But the state of Utah doesn't seem to want to pay for it. Yeah. And Flugefist says, are crocodiles dinosaurs? No, they're not. Here, to go back to that diagram from earlier. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from the first dinosaur. That's why birds are dinosaurs. We can trace their ancestry back through the theropods to the first dinosaur there. Crocs are over here. Crocs are related to dinosaurs, but you've got to go back further in time to where they share a common ancestor. Dinosaurs begin here. Crocs evolved from an earlier offshoot. So think of them like cousins to the dinosaurs, whereas birds are legitimately a kind of dinosaur. So it's interesting to think about. Of these two creatures right here, chat, which one is a dinosaur? One on the left or the one on the right? Which one of these is a dinosaur? You know this, Alexander. Yeah, crocs are not dinosaurs. Yep. You get it, chat? This one right here, not a dinosaur. But the heron, I think this is Ardea herodias right here. If this is a great blue heron, might be somebody else. But that is a dinosaur. Birds are dinosaurs. Crocs are not. Crocs are related to dinosaurs. They're cousins to the dinosaurs. But birds legitimately are dinosaurs. So yeah, good stuff. Anywho, back to birds.
The earliest feathers were simple and hair-like and evolved at least as far back as the early Triassic period 250 million years ago, before the earliest true dinosaurs themselves even emerged.
And this is not a done deal yet. We don't know that the first feathers evolved before the first dinosaurs. This is assuming that pterosaur pycnofibers are legitimate feathers, and that is still something being argued over. I wouldn't quite present it that way. Like, I've talked to a lot of researchers about this, like people who work on Triassic stuff, and they're like, yeah, we don't know if pycnofibers are actually feathers. So, yeah, I feel like they're being a little too gung-ho about this in this video.
It's thought that they formed a layer of fuzz, primarily for insulation and possibly for display too, a lot like the fur of mammals. And when these simpler feathers transformed into pennaceous feathers in early Pinnaraptorans around 100 million years later, they first appeared in species that, like Caudipteryx, were clearly flightless. Which means that even though wings with pennaceous feathers today are about as synonymous with flight as legs are for walking, that clearly couldn't have been their original purpose. So why did such strange and complex structures evolve to begin with? This mystery started in the 1990s, when a trove of feathered non-avian dinosaur fossils started turning up in China and elsewhere, including Caudipteryx. And for decades now, scientists have been arguing over the story of feathers and why they still underwent so much development in dinosaurs that, in some cases, weren't using them for flight. Could it have just been a refinement of feathers' original role of insulation? Well, probably not. Pennaceous feathers aren't much better at this than their earlier, fuzzier precursors, so that can't explain the transition. A more widely accepted idea is communication and display. See, having sheets of broader, flatter, pennaceous feathers might have provided a better canvas, allowing for more elaborate coloration and ornamentation. But there's still the question of whether communication and display alone could have exerted enough evolutionary pressure to drive such a radical jump in feather complexity.
So Nordic Gale says gliders first. So we talked about this a little bit when I was in Montana. In fact, I think it might have been a little bit after this. We were walking over in the other direction and TwitchCon at the San Diego Zoo. We saw some It does look like a limba, or maybe a skull bone.
Okay.
It's got. These rocks are from the late Cretaceous period. Anyway, there's two, like, well, now there's more than two, but it's often portrayed as two different major hypotheses for how birds evolved flight, either from the ground up or the trees down. And I like this little doodle that somebody did here. Oh goodness, I didn't want to download that. There we go. Here we go. Was it trees down by gliding, or was it ground up by running and flapping? How did flight first evolve? There's also the raptor prey restraint hypothesis, which I think doesn't get nearly enough attention. But, yeah.
Perhaps these were things that pennaceous feathers were only adapted for later. Another idea is that even if the pennaceous feathered proto-wings of dinosaurs like Caudipteryx were too small for powered flight, they might have still provided some useful aerodynamic advantages. For example, in 2003, a researcher proposed the wing-assisted inclined running hypothesis. This
Yeah.
essentially argued that by flapping their feathered proto-wings, these dinosaurs could have generated enough downforce to run up steep or even vertical obstacles to chase prey or escape predators, for example. And this kind of dinosaur parkour might have been a sort of stepping stone on the road to flight. Since then, wing-assisted incline running has been one of the leading hypotheses. But what if these early birds and their ancient relatives were actually using these feathers in ways that are much harder to imagine? More recently, in 2024, a team of researchers in South Korea proposed a new hypothesis. One that combined elements of both the display hypothesis and the aerodynamics idea, but put them into a completely different and much stranger ecological context. What if feathered proto-wings and tails evolved to scare and chase down small hidden prey? This is known as the flush pursue hypothesis.
And again, I feel like this is... I talked about this at the time when we were looking at the paper. It was, what, a year or two that this came out? And I don't doubt that this sort of behavior could have been useful for flushing prey, but is this really... Is this a selective pathway that makes sense for evolving novel structures? I'm not convinced that it is. And I don't think we have very many modern examples of some big novel structure evolving just to scare prey into running away, you know? Yeah. And do we see this in any other species? You could maybe make an argument that, like, the sail of a sailfish is used for corralling prey because they can retract and extend that. And when they're going after like a bait ball of fish, they'll do that, but that's almost certainly not why that structure evolved in the first place. That would be an exaptation rather than an adaptation, if that makes sense. So it's not like that's why the structure originally evolved. But yeah, here we go. So here's some sailfish here, and they're going after this bait ball of smaller fish, and you'll see the way that they extend and retract that sail on top. And they do that to kind of like corral or scare the prey into certain directions. But I don't think that's why the sail originally evolved. And there are other species, like, I don't think billfish have that. Yeah. Anyhow. And do we have coprolites with arthropod shells associated with caudipteryx? Not to my knowledge, Claire. I'm not totally sure, but here, I could be, like, just forgetting about that. Let's check. If there were a paper on this, it would be referenced in the Wikipedia article. Dinosaur Wikipedia tends to be very up-to-date. Arthropod, coprolite, Orthoptera, grasshopper, cricket, nothing. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think we really have anything there. Anyhow.
And as the name suggests, it argues that wings and tails with pennaceous feathers would have enabled dramatic flourishes with contrasting patterns that could have startled prey like insects. By triggering them to flee from their hiding places at the sight of these displays, they would have ended up in the open where they were more vulnerable. Plus, if feathered wings really did help these dinosaurs maneuver, like the wing-assisted incline running hypothesis argues, this would have also come in useful as they chased down the prey that they flushed out of hiding.
So again, this is assuming that dinosaurs like Caudipteryx were primarily active predators, or at least, you know, arthropods would have made up enough of their diet in order to kind of drive the evolution of things like feathers. And I'm not convinced that that's the case. I'm not convinced that these guys were primarily insect eaters, or that insects constituted enough of their diet to drive their evolution. In fact, at SVP last year, there was a really neat presentation suggesting that this family of dinosaurs, the Oviraptorosaurs, may have evolved to eat nuts and fruit. That may have been their primary diet. So, yeah. I don't know. Bet you I can find that abstract real quick for you. SVP 2025. There's the abstract volume from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting last year in Birmingham. A remarkably complete canig-nathid Oviraptorosaur skull reveals specializations for herbivory and potentially frugivory. Greg Funston, first author on that. I can show this on stream because it's publicly available nowadays. Adaptations that differentiate fruit-mashing parrots from granivorous parrots parallel those that distinguish canig-nathids from oviraptorids. Interesting. Okay, but to be fair, Caudipteryx I don't think is a canig-nathid. Caudipteryx is... What family is it put in nowadays? Not up to date on this. Basal Oviraptorosaur. Interesting. I don't know. These guys are probably generalists, to be fair. Like, they're probably just kind of doing whatever works. But, yeah. I don't know. Let's continue.
A hunting strategy that some modern birds still do today, and it seems to work pretty well for them. And it's based on a concept in ecology known as the rare enemy effect. See, most predators are not flush pursuers. So most prey, like insects, have evolved an escape response of fleeing when they're startled by sudden movements, a response that's hardwired into their neural pathways. Flush pursuers exploit this anti-predator response, purposefully triggering it with dramatic displays to trick their prey into moving from their hiding spots out into the open. Could this explain why so many non-flying dinosaurs like Caudipteryx had proto-wings with elaborate pennaceous feathers? And could it potentially even be a reason that feathered wings evolved in Pinoraptorans in the first place?
I really have my doubts about that, because if you're going to evolve a display structure, then evolve a display structure. Why evolve something with like an aerodynamic complexity to it? Something that seems like it evolved particularly to work as an aerofoil or to generate lift. If you're doing that just to scare away grasshoppers, why do you need asymmetric feathers that act as aerofoil? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But, oh, and thank you, Claire. Appreciate that, but I don't know if we'll go in that direction. Sort of an out of the blue idea, fun idea, but not based on much of anything. I mean, it was really cool that they made that working model. They had a robot. They actually tested that in the real world. I love that kind of experimental science, but I don't know if it makes sense for like an origin of flight kind of thing. It shows that you can use feathers to scare away insects, sure, but running with that to the point where you say, well, you know, this might be the origin of flight. I And as I recall, they don't even really explicitly say that in the paper. But, yeah. Anyway, and Petrodactylus says, if scaring away prey with large feathers, why evolve them at the end of the tail, which is far away from predators' mouth and claws? That's a good question, Petrodactylus. I don't know.
Well, while it's plausible on paper, it's hard to actually prove. These are animals that lived more than 100 million years ago, and complex behaviors like this usually don't leave any kind of tangible evidence behind in the fossil record. So, to actually test the flush-pursue hypothesis, the researchers had to, in a sense, resurrect Caudipteryx, but in robot form. They built a robot, which they named Robopteryx, based on the size, shape, and movement range of Caudipteryx, complete with folding wings and paper feathers. They then unleashed Robopteryx on some unfortunate grasshoppers, a kind of insect old enough to potentially have been preyed on by the real Caudipteryx back in the Cretaceous period. They performed a series of experiments on the grasshoppers, with Robopteryx approaching them using different variations of flushing behaviors, including with and without the use of its proto-wings, with and without highly contrasting patterns on the wings, and with and without tail feathers. Sure enough, their experiments showed that the use of wings, pattern, and tail feathers all significantly increased Robopteryx's success rate of flushing out the grasshoppers. The insects clearly found them more startling. Plus, the researchers also showed the grasshoppers computer animations of a Caudipteryx-like dinosaur performing flushing displays, and measured the activity of certain neurons in their brains involved in triggering the insect's escape-jump reactions. Here too, they found that the activity of these neurons was higher when the grasshoppers were exposed to animations involving proto-wing displays. These results are all consistent with the idea that feathered wings and tails would have provided a major advantage to non-flying dinosaurs that hunted small prey using a flush pursuit strategy. Potentially, this might have been one of the earliest actual functions of pennaceous feathers, as well as the proto-wings that supported them.
Again, there's a lot of ifs here. I love the experimental aspect of this, but you got to understand the difference between adaptation and exaptation. I wonder if there's a video that we can find on this. I don't have to just explain it. If I can show you rather than tell you. Let's look at this and see if it's any good. We're rolling the dice here.
Today, I might be challenging some of you on how you've always looked at evolution. I invite you to come along with me and explore some of the pivotal conversations amongst evolutionary developmental biologists. The concepts are not new and have been debated between philosophers long before modern science. The paper written by Stephen Gould and Richard Lewinton in 1979 reignited a lot of this conversation. And of course, the paper I'm talking about is The Spandrels of San Marco and the Panglossium Paradigm.
Oh boy. Let
me start by asking you a question. What is common between spandrels and feathers? Spandrels are
I'll give you a link to this if you want to watch the whole thing, but this is getting into much more detail than we really need, and a lot of this, like, Gouldian, too clever by half stuff here that I'm not particularly fond of. Adaptation versus exaptation. Okay. Adaptation is when you're evolving in a certain direction. Maybe you evolve a new structure, or you modify a structure for some sort of selective purpose. So you're adapting to your environment, and maybe you're evolving something that's new to help you escape from predators or catch prey, or, you know, avoid infection or something like that. There's like a novelty to it when you have an adaptation. An exaptation is a little bit different. You're exapting, it's like you're taking something that already exists and you're using it for a new purpose. So an example of this might be, let me think here. The swim bladder of a fish is an exapted structure. It didn't originally evolve in order to help the fish maintain its position in the water column. Today, fishes that have swim bladders, like teleost fishes, that's almost like, I think of it almost like the ballast tanks on a submarine. They can expand or contract that swim bladder. They can draw gases into it or expel gases, as I understand it, in order to affect their buoyancy in the water column. But it didn't evolve to do that originally. Swim bladders are actually modified lungs, as I understand it. So, some earlier fishes developed lungs in order to be able to get more oxygen into their bodies. They would come up and gulp air, I guess. And then that turned out to be not particularly useful to a certain group of fishes, so they exapted that. They took that structure, which evolved for a different purpose, they exapted it, modified it for a different purpose entirely. The claws of a grizzly bear are another example of this, I guess, in the sense that you've all probably seen footage of grizzly bears going after fishes. And sometimes they'll catch them with their claws. They'll stamp down on them. Those claws did not evolve to catch fishes. Grizzly bears use their claws for all kinds of different things, but most grizzlies, they don't exhibit this kind of behavior. There's only a few populations where grizzly bears will actively go after salmon on these salmon runs. It's a famous behavior because it's been shown in a lot of documentaries, but most grizzlies around the world go their whole lives without eating a salmon. It's only a few select populations that do this, if they're in the right range, if they're in these areas where you have these salmon runs. So grizzly bears using their claws to catch these fishes, it's not an adaptation, that's an exaptation. They're using a structure that already exists for a new purpose. Feathers are probably a good example of exaptation too, because they originally evolved probably for thermoregulation, to keep warm or to maintain body temperature. And then later they could be used for display, they could be used for communication, they could be used for flight down the line too. By modifying an already existing structure, you're exapting that for a new purpose, if that makes sense. Is that making sense? Let me know if anybody wants clarification on that. But, yeah. And hey, thank you, Reiko. It's good to see you back. Thanks for being here. And Nordic Gale says, adaptations survive because they answer a current problem? I guess, yeah. Exaptations survive to answer a new constraint. I guess so. That's one way to put it, Nordic Gale, yeah. Yeah. So adaptation is like developing a new structure or something. Exaptation is taking a structure that already exists and exapting it for a new purpose, I guess. So, I wonder if Wikipedia has an article about this. Let's try it. Exaptation, function of traits, shifted during evolution. A trait can evolve because it served one particular function, but subsequently it may come to serve another. Exaptations are common in both anatomy and behavior. Yeah. And so there's a little bit of overlap with adaptation, but we usually think of these things as being separate in evolution. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. If it does, we'll move on, unless anybody has any strong objections. But yeah, and Rooster Unrai, I'm glad You've come into an interesting conversation here. We have them all the time. Yeah.
So, frightening bugs with dramatic displays could have laid the foundation for the later evolution of larger feathered wings that enabled powered flight to eventually emerge.
And I very much have my doubts about this hypothesis. If anything, feathers may have evolved for aerodynamic purposes, not necessarily flight, but like generating lift through wing-assisted incline running or staying on top of prey, flapping one's wings. I think the scaring insects thing, that's, to put it in Twitch terms, that's a side quest, you know? That's not the main mission. Here they're saying, oh, flight might be a side quest from scaring insects. Well, flight itself is an adaptation of feathers that evolved for other purposes. I just don't think that feathers originally evolved for scaring insects away. And panaceous feathers, I don't think that their origins lie in displaying to insects. I don't know.
Now, as cool and scary as Robopteryx is, I mean, just look at it, the flush pursue hypothesis is still far from a sure thing. Using modern-day recreations is often our best and only option to test deep-time hypotheses, but it still can't prove that's the way things happened in the past. And even if it is correct, it's likely only part of the story of the evolution of feathered wings. Complex traits rarely have single drivers behind them, and the early evolution of feathered wings was probably driven by a cocktail of multiple pressures and factors that contributed in different ways, at different times.
And Claire says, who is that? This is, I think, Scansoriopteryx, which is a weirdo theropod from the G-hole biota, right? Yeah, weird little critter. It's related to I Chee, and it may have had membranous wings. Also, I look at this and it screams juvenile to me. Like, that huge skull on a critter this small, like, it very much looks like it should be a tiny individual. Small juvenile. And that's a 1 centimeter scale bar there, too. This is not a big critter. So to me, it looks like a baby, but I don't know. Yeah. Here's a link if you want to read more about that critter. Yeah. There you go, Hogan. Yeah, that's a good way to put that. Yeah. Let's continue.
For different reasons. But this hypothesis have single drivers behind them, and the early evolution of feathered wings was probably driven by a cocktail of multiple pressures and factors that contributed in different ways, at different times, and for different reasons. But this hypothesis at least expands the way that we think about their evolution. Not just in terms of what effect they had on the dinosaurs themselves, like insulation, locomotion, and display, but also the effect that these structures had on the minds and behaviors of the species around them. And while the scariest dinosaurs are often thought of as the tyrannosaurs, spinosaurs, and other ferocious giants, for the insects of the Cretaceous, the real dinosaur nightmare fuel might have just been a group of small, flappy, feathered weirdos.
Well, there you go. Nice video from PBS Eons. I think they were just really excited to show off the footage of Robopteryx there, and I can't blame them for it. That was cool. But they always do good work, PBS Eons, even if I don't always agree with their conclusions. I can appreciate the time and effort that went into these videos and the thoughtfulness there. So, good stuff. We've got 20 minutes until Metazua resets. And Clipper says she works at MOR, doesn't she? No, I think, is it Cali? She works at the University of Montana, which is the rival school to Montana State, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And yeah, there you go, Petrodactylus. They've really upped their animation game recently. The running Caudipteryx there, that was cool. I like that. And thank you, Nordic Gale. I'll see you next time. Yeah. And Mikey Likes, thank you for the 63 months of support there. 63 months.
63 months? That's almost like a whole year.
Almost. Thank you, Mikey Likes. I appreciate that. Anyhow, good stuff. Yeah. A focused and concise explanation. Thank you, Dirtbust. Yeah. Back. Spending 13 hours in the car the other day, or whatever it was, 12 hours. It's not ideal. It's funny, I'm used to walking miles and miles every day, if I have it the way I want it. Driving 800 miles in a day is not... I don't know. Is it 800 miles? How far is it from Salt Lake to San Francisco? $736 miles. Okay. More with some of the detours, I guess. Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of sitting on the plane tomorrow, and then in a car too. I think it might make more sense for me to wrap up today's stream a little early, so I can go get some exercise today. But first, Hardcastle's got a question. What reason our mainline accepted theory explains the lack of self-identity and forethought to evolve and create my character? I'm not sure I understand your question, Hardcastle. Yeah. Are you basically asking, like, why has intelligence never evolved before humans? And my answer to that, if that is what you're asking, would be, why are you so sure that it hasn't evolved before? There are a lot of critters on our planet today who are very, very clever. Some of them, they're clever in ways that we have difficulty grasping as human beings. I think intelligence, whatever that is very much in the eye of the beholder. There are creatures who have mental faculties that we're only starting to be able to understand. And there are critters where if they could talk, and if we could understand them, they might talk down to us and be like, you primitive humans, you dumb primates. I, as an acorn woodpecker, I can go find acorns and stash them in 7,000 different places and remember each and every single one of them where I put them. And you can't do... What do you mean you can't do that? It's the simplest thing in the world. I do it all day as an acorn woodpecker, you know? I mean, think of birds navigating thousands of miles using some kind of mechanism in their brain to be able to determine their direction and distance and everything else, and we need Google Maps for that kind of thing. I know this because I drove 800 miles the other day. I would have a difficult time doing that, even on an organized road system. I have difficulty doing that without Google Maps. So yeah, I don't know, there's so many different critters that can do things that we can scarcely imagine. Using just their noggins. So don't fool yourself into thinking that we're necessarily all that special as human beings. I'm not trying to denigrate humanity, like, we're one of the most remarkable creatures on the planet, surely. But don't discount the other critters around us. They've got a lot to teach us. So yeah. This is the interest I'd like to study. Oh, excellent, Hardcastle. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Coconut. I know, right? Yeah. And there you go, Snowdanchi. Yeah. Yeah. Dinosaurs are smart. I mean, they are, Fluffy Deinonychus. Yeah. Yeah. And Reiko, oh, I love this. Reiko says, if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. Each species has its own suite of cognitive abilities that allow them to survive, reproduce, and even thrive in their ecological niches. Human cognition is just one kind. And it might be a dead end, you know? People like to think of themselves as being very smart. Like, oh yes, humanity, we're the pinnacle of creation, and, you know, we look down our nose at every other critter on this planet, but that so-called intelligence might actually be our undoing. If we blow ourselves up with nuclear weapons, or if we continue to pollute the Earth's atmosphere and cause runaway global warming, that'll be the end of us, you know? And it'll be a really short run. We've been around in our modern anatomical form for only about 200,000 years. Like, modern Homo sapiens, that's nothing in geological terms. And I don't know, if things keep going the way that they're going, we could be extinct in less than a century, you know? It wouldn't take much, and it would be our own darn fault, so we'll see. How smart would we be then, you know? Oh, yeah. Mayor Spaces, I thought it was pretty cool when humans went to the moon. I think it's pretty cool, too. Yeah. The first animal to do that, to my knowledge. Yeah. Anywho. Should we watch a video on bird intelligence? We haven't done Thursday Birds Day in a long time, in over a month. I've been gone. Or here, let's think. Yeah, let's do that. 007 bird puzzle. Here we go. Check this out. This is a modern dinosaur. I think a New Caledonian crow?
Everyone knows crows are smart. They recognize faces, they can make and use tools. But how smart, and how do they learn? That's where one of Aesop's fables comes in. It's the one about a thirsty crow that dropped stones in a pitcher in order to raise the water level so it was high enough to get a drink. Seems unlikely. But in fact, experiments have shown that New Caledonian crows, once they're trained to pick up and drop stones, which is not something they do a lot in the wild, can figure out this problem pretty quickly. They use the stones to raise the water level to get a piece of floating food. Some other kinds of birds can do this too, and humans, once they reach about age 5. In this...
So again, this... Child pointing at beaker meme. The little kid. Which one of these do you want? Which one has more water in it? It's the same amount. Oh, this one. Not understanding the idea of volume and displacements. This is something that we as human beings don't really get until, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years old, something like that. And a crow is able to figure that out, you know? Nuts.
Crows, once they're trained to pick up and drop stones, which is not something they do a lot in the wild, can figure out this problem pretty quickly. They use the stones to raise the water level to get a piece of floating food. Some other kinds of birds can do this too, and humans, once they reach about age 5. In this latest set of experiments, the crows showed some new tricks. They picked out sinking over floating objects to raise the water level, and solid over hollow objects. They didn't do well with wide versus narrow tubes. And if part of the whole tube apparatus was hidden, then they weren't able to figure it out. So it seems that crows really need to see the cause and effect in order to understand the problem. What's the moral of the story? More research is needed, of course, in order to figure out exactly how crows learn and think.
Pretty cool. Yeah. But have you seen the one with the crows recognizing faces? Check this out. Again, remember, these are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
The following UW360 story is made possible by the generous support of BECU.
Thank you, BECU.
More than just money.
They're in our parks.
They're always gauging us.
Our campuses.
So are we going to give them some food, or are we going to be a threat to them?
Culture.
They're certainly one of the most intelligent birds.
University of Washington professor of wildlife science John Marsloff has studied crows for 3 decades.
What we found right away was that basically crows exist where people exist. Even in the remote wilderness, it's where there's a campground or something like that.
Marsloff's newest research involves studying the brain activity of crows.
They're super
Researchers
smart
in the lab expose the birds to something interesting, like food or the sound of other crows.
This bird was looking at food and hearing about food, and so I was noting how
I like that. I like that idea.
Around, was it swallowing? Did it move its position, which it did a couple times, and swallowed a lot, so it seemed very motivated by the food. He's okay. He's pretty relaxed.
Then the animals are sedated.
Let's do it.
And their brains are scanned.
Really moved his tail when
That's a really small.
So far, it's demonstrated that
CT machine.
they're using the same structures in their brain to recognize threats and rewards as we would.
Marsloff's research has also shown that crows are highly intelligent animals that can recognize individual humans. Researchers wore a caveman mask when they trapped the birds.
Showed that it wasn't just that weird-looking face that they remembered, but they could remember and discriminate among all these kinds of faces, some of which are very similar.
Months later, long after they were released back into the wild, the crows would react when they saw researchers wearing the caveman mask around campus.
We learned that when they see the mask of the person that had captured them, they go crazy, basically. They dive at us and attack and shriek.
But even more surprising is how long that's persisted. Proof that crows that were caught by a person wearing the mask have communicated their negative experience to other birds.
That's the crazy thing, is that it's not just those individual birds who are reacting, it's their friends and family who are reacting too. So somehow they're telling each other about this. There you go, Claire. Yeah.
The mask have communicated their negative experience to other birds.
That behavior in the field on campus here has persisted now for 10 years. And it's been passed on through the generations as a social tradition. So everybody knows that this guy, when he wears the mask that caught them, is bad.
Who would have thought that I could pet a crow?
Crows treat people they perceive as friends very differently. A crow in Vancouver, BC that was raised by humans has its own Facebook page full of friendly encounters.
Just me and my crow. Just hanging out.
Crows create a huge spectacle each night as they return to roost near the UW Bothell campus. In the winter, before the birds build nests in neighborhoods, 10 to 15,000 of them nest at the Bothell campus, where they find safety in numbers.
That ability to to work together. Now they come together to work cooperatively at night to survive a dangerous time for them each night. That's a pretty cool behavior, and not many birds do that. He was doing that when he was looking at the food and things like that.
Marsliff is hoping that his current research continues to lead to even more knowledge, respect, and an understanding of these birds.
The more we appreciate them and wonder about the things they do, the more we might care about them and take care of the world so that they have a place to survive and carry out their lives. And to me, that's the biggest message, is we're not alone in this planet, but we're in the company of many, many animals that are just as advanced as we are.
Just adapted for different purposes, different lifestyles, different niches. Well said. Here's a link to that video right here.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Merv, thank you for the 48 months of support right there.
Hey everybody, afternoon. I just made it back from Wyoming Montana too.
Excellent, Murph. I hope you had an excellent time out there. Superb. Hope you had safe and pleasant travels. Hope you got to see all kinds of cool stuff, Murph. Yeah, missed the weather already? Yeah, it's probably pretty hot down there in the south, right? I was lucky to have found a bunch of new critters on iNaturalist. Pretty happy about. Actually, I don't need to. Yeah, there we go. Was filling up parts of Montana and Wyoming. Yep, here we go. So here's around the area that's working in Montana. All kinds of cool critters. Cottonwood trees, caddisflies, various flowers, thistles, sagebrush, crested wheatgrass. Where was that golden eagle that I saw? That was down near Roundup. There we go. First golden eagle on iNaturalist. Nice. Not too shabby. I don't know. It feels nice to have gotten more into iNaturalist recently. Every time I travel, there's the opportunity to find new critters and log them to iNaturalist. Sometimes I'll even stop just on the side of the road and see what different organisms I can spot. Here's a greasewood near Battle Mountain, Nevada. Good stuff. So I'll be doing more of this in Michigan next week. I'm excited about that. But if anybody's not doing iNaturalist, holy cow, I would encourage you to try that out. What an incredibly cool app. And feel free to follow me. There we go. Short video here. Let's try this. There you go, Mayor Space. I think quite a bit.
iNaturalist is a citizen science tool to collect valuable biodiversity information from people's personal encounters with nature. So it is in the form of an app or a website or even a forum, so people can engage with their fellow naturalists around the world and document biodiversity.
iNaturalist is used in a lot of different ways. So if I'm just in my backyard and I see something, I don't know what it is, I can use iNaturalist to take a picture of it, and hopefully it helps me to identify what that thing is. Other people use it to collect data on things like bioblitzes, where people gather together to record all of the flora and fauna of an area. Researchers use it to pull data together that they otherwise can't get. So the general public is really contributing to a huge database.
It is really cool that, like, the stuff that you're collecting with your phone can be used in scientific studies. Like, these are important data oftentimes. Jarazi says, I'm new to the app. Am I supposed to click agree when people post to what I've uploaded? If you agree with their identification, yeah. Or you can disagree. It all depends on, do you think that they're correct or not? Yeah.
Previously, we were able to collect biodiversity information through paper forms, through specific taxonomic surveys, and now we are able to generate much, much more data because we have access to iNaturalist.
Oh, Uthika! Cool!
Every observation is a digital voucher that has an audio recording or a photograph along with the date, the time, and the specific geographic location.
And then policymakers, wildlife biologists, other people can pull data and really get a much better understanding of where our rare plants and animals are, and then use that to make decisions on land management and everything from that to maybe they protect a piece of land because it has some special and unique plants and animals on it that they didn't otherwise know about.
And we can use this information to collect and evaluate the species diversity of a given area. So we can know what species are out there on the landscape and conduct the best land management practices to promote the certain species that we want to promote, or even in the inverse, knowing where there's invasive species on the landscape so we can do land management to eliminate or mitigate those invasive species.
It gives you that evidence that that species is there, and then historically, over time, it can tell us if we continue to revisit those areas, are those species staying there? Are they still present? Or all of a sudden, do the observations drop off, even if people are out looking for them?
So, really valuable data.
I guess iNaturalist has been important because it expands our opportunities and our possibilities for data collection.
That's a neat song, I think. Yep.
It gives us information that we don't otherwise have and otherwise can't even collect because we don't have the personnel to be able to go out and document everything.
So, I mean, this is something that I talk about all the time, especially in the last couple years here in the U.S. Science funding has dropped off a cliff. The National Science Foundation has been gutted. Like, it's really difficult to find money to do science. And if you're just, you know, if you're not a scientist, but you care about science, there are little ways that you can contribute. And in some small way, using iNaturalist and logging critters onto that, if you go out for a walk or a hike or just working in your garden or whatever, and you see a caterpillar or you see an interesting plant or what is this kind of spider, or oh, there's a skunk in my backyard, let me take a picture. You can upload those to iNaturalist, and then scientists can use those data in their studies because it has, if you want to include it, it has like a geotag on it. It has the time the photo was taken. There's lots of other information like that. Those could be used for wildlife studies. So I think, especially in the last couple of years, I think more and more researchers are turning to iNaturalist as an important source of data because they might not have the budget to go send interns out to the field to be able to go out and do field work themselves. If you'd like to be able to contribute to science, but you don't have money to donate or anything, this is a great way to do it. And also, it's just a ton of fun to put yourself in touch with the critters around you, these other organisms that we share our world with. If you want to learn their names, if you want to appreciate them better, this is a great way to jump into that.
That's where the public's help is crucial to making sure that we can collect enough information so we can make wise land management decisions for those species.
We have a few projects as the Texas Nature Trackers on iNaturalist. For example, whether it's herps of Texas, mammals of Texas, birds of Texas, and more. And we encourage people to submit their observations to our projects, where we then take their data, curate it in a format that's great for submission to our internal database, which is called the Texas Natural Diversity Database at TPWD. So this is a database where we have vetted information for use by other agencies, by other organizations, and the general public to document where species are occurring and use this information to inform their management practices.
To contribute iNaturalist observations to specific Texas Nature Trackers projects, see the video description below.
Cool. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video. But, I don't know, iNaturalist is, the more I use it, the more I love it. And I just kind of want to share that with everybody. One of the cool things about this, too, is you can use it to keep track of all the different species that you've seen. So, when I went to Florida last month, I had fewer than 600 observations. My 600th observation was a leatherback turtle, actually. I'm up to 728 now, so 128 observations in a month. It's pretty good, I think. It's good for me, at least. And here, you can click on species here. This will show like a list from most observations to fewest. So, here I've got one observation of an American crow, one of a Steller's jay, one of a common raven. I try not to double up on them unless I just couldn't pass up a particular photo. I really wanted to post it. And the one I have the most of now, I'm inordinately proud of this. I have the most observations out of every creature that I've observed. I've logged a leatherback turtle the most often. 6 of them. Which is, I'm proud of that. This is not my photo. But, and I'm one of the, I think, top identifiers of Dermot Kelly's Coriacea now. Let's see. Top identify, oh, it's not really showing. Did they reformat this? Or... begins too far. Anyway, I am one of the top one of the top identifiers now of turtles. Of leatherback turtles. One of the cool things that you can do too with iNaturalist is you can go to any species like this, and then here you got to go to Explore, and let's search Dermot Kelly's leatherback sea turtle. So you can click these, and then you can confirm or deny. So, yeah, here, I gotta log in before I can do that. Give me a second here. There we go. So I'm looking at this, no mistaking it. That is 100% a leatherback turtle. This one, unfortunately, washed ashore dead. Oh. But yeah, I can click agree right here. This is a leatherback turtle. And so one of the cool things about iNaturalist is that, well, there is like an algorithm, a database, where when you take a picture of a critter, it'll compare it against all the other pictures, and it'll give you suggestions for what your critter might be. But there is like a human element to that as well, where members of the iNaturalist community can review that identification. They can agree or disagree with it, and eventually you kind of come to a conclusion, and it becomes research grade. So enough people have confirmed it where the system goes, okay, people are pretty confident that we've got the right identification here. This can now be used as scientific data. It's been vetted. It's been verified by real human people. So one of the things you can do, even if you're not going tramping around in the wilderness taking pictures of different organisms, what you can do is search for your favorite species here. So let's try like coelacanth. West Indian Ocean coelacanth. Let's get rid of the North America one. Okay. So there's only a few examples of this. But we can go through and look. We can confirm or deny that this is a coelacanth. And so you could just kind of sit at home all day if you want to and just look at different observations that people have made. And yeah, this is definitely a West Indian Ocean coelacanth. Super cool. Vladimiria chelumnae. So many people were excited to confirm this. So I'm going to do the same thing there. Agree! So if you want to learn about, like, where your favorite critters live and who's seeing them in what neighborhoods or whatever, you can click on Map, and you can see not very many observations for coelacanths, but we've got one here. There we go. That's the one I just looked at. We've got some from this port city in Madagascar. Yeah. So I don't know, it's just a neat way to interact with the natural world. iNaturalist is pretty stellar. Yeah. So while I'm gone for the next week and logging new critters to iNaturalist, I encourage you to do the same if this seems interesting to you. You know? As a Twitch streamer, I am not supposed to tell people, like, oh yeah, you know, maybe log off and go touch grass and catch bugs and look at birds. Go outside. You know? Not supposed to say that, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Go outside and enjoy nature and spend some time with the other critters that we share our planet with, you know? Yeah. Oh, there you go, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Seek is not quite as powerful as iNaturalist. I don't think it uses the whole database, but even so, there's some critters that are kind of understudied, underloved, and, I don't know. I'll post a picture of a particular kind of beetle, and, like, sometimes it'll go a long time before anybody confirms or denies the ID. Yeah. A dinosaur went very nice, Scout Rocks. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Anywho. With that said, I think we should have a new... Here we go. Yeah. We're going to do 2 Metazoas in one day, because it just turned over. Since I'm not streaming tomorrow, let's do this now. Round 2 for Metazoa.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's jump in. Excellent. So we have a mystery animal of the day here. We gotta try and figure out what it is. And we'll use the 1 zoom Tree of Life as a kind of visual guide here. Let's jump to Aminimals. Here we go. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. We could try Cat as our first guess. Would you like to do that, Sweetie Pie? Here. Belus catus. Be over here. There we go. Out of all the millions of cats in the world, you think they could have gotten a better photo than that? You know, this would be a better photo here. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. Anyway, let's try Cat here. Cat. Good place to start. And holy cow, I'm glad I started there.
The land of the planet was clumped together in one vast supercontinent.
Boss the Tarantula. Hey.
Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
Thank you for the 4 months of support.
Sweetie pie, paleo, sweetie pie, paleo,
That's you,
sweetie
Sweetie
pie,
Pie.
paleo, sweetie pie.
Look, that's you. Yeah. Okay, so we guessed cat, and we got pretty close there. It's not a cat, but it is a member of Boroeutheria, which is a particular clade of placental mammals. So, we'll jump from cat up to have spelled that correctly. Not an easy one to spell. There we go. So we still got pretty close with that guess. Our critter's not a cat, but it is a member of this clade. But cats are over here. They're Laurasiatheres. It didn't say Laurasiatheria, it said Boroeutheria. So we know it's not going to be part of this clade. We've got to go to the Uarchontoglires here. Rodents, primates, and more. Again, it sounds kind of like some sort of store that you could go to. Come on down to Rodents, Primates, and More for all your Uarchontogliran needs. So we could take the primate route, choose a Uarchonton, or the rodent route, choose a member of Glires. Let's do the rodent route. Let's try mouse again. Like, it's often one that I start with, but let's try that. Let's knock out the rodents. Or maybe it is a rodent. Let's see. Okay. It is part of Uarchontoglires, but it's not part of Glires. So our critter has got to be a primate or relative. I don't think it's going to be something like a tree shrew. I don't think they have that in there. They don't have tree shrew. They don't have Colugo. So it's not going to be this branch. It's not going to be there. It's going to be some kind of primate. Is it going to be a strepsirrhine, like lemurs and eyes and their relatives, lorises? Or is it going to be a haplorhine? This is the monkeys, apes, and tarsiers. Let's go with that. And let's go with one of the old world monkeys and apes. Let's try a great ape. Let's try, say, gorilla. And let's see if that gets us any closer. Okay, it is a catarrhine, but it's not a gorilla. So, it's not one of the great apes. It's not a hominid. It's not a hominoid, but it is a catarrhine. So it's got to be one of the old world monkeys. This includes langurs, and bamboos, and macaques. Baboons and macaques. Not bamboos. That's a kind of grass. Lobus monkeys. They don't have Colobus monkey. They do have macaque. They do have baboon. They don't have gelada. They do have mandrill. Alright. Let's try baboon. Let's give that a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay, it is part of Cercopithecinae. Cercopithecinae, rather. But it's not a baboon. Baboons. Genus Papio. Where's the mandrill? Okay, this is our clade. Vervets, Mona monkeys, red-tailed monkeys, owl-faced monkeys. I want to make sure it can't be a drill or a mandrill or anything like that. Drill and mandrill. So they're part of this smaller clade. It's not going to be one of them. I think it's got to be a member of this clade. Swamp monkeys, vervets, Mona monkeys, green monkeys. Capuchin or tamarin. Howler monkeys, I think, are New World monkeys, right? So it's not going to be that. It could be a capuchin or a tamarin, I think. Capuchins are over there. Okay, it's not going to be one of them. They're also New World monkeys. Tamarins are also over there by the marmosets. Be a langur? Do they have that? They don't. Howler monkey, capuchin, tamarin. Those are all New World monkeys. Baboons, macaques, vervet monkeys. They don't have vervet monkey. Who could it be? Huh. I think it would have to be a member of this clade, but... No, sorry. This clade. Swamp monkeys, vervets, green monkeys, Mona monkeys. Let's look this clade up on Wikipedia real quick. Cercopithecinae. Or Cercopithecines? I'm not totally sure how researchers pronounce it. Monkeys, lions, macaques, baboons, geladas, mangabeys. What if it's a macaque? Maybe they're missing this clade? Let's try macaque, I guess.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's give that a shot. It's missing a subclade if this is the answer, but I think that might be our best guess right now. Let's try it. No. Okay. Maybe it's a mandrill? That's a mandrill right there. Baboon, macaque. So that's the thing, is that we guessed baboon, and baboons and drills are part of a clade. Right? Yeah, baboons and drills are part of Papionina here. It's not a macaque. These are all macaques here, right? Okay, so it's probably a mandrill. Let's try it. Yep, it is. So Metazoo was missing some major subclades there, which is annoying. That was 6 guesses. That's not ideal. But you know, that's fine. There we go. Yeah. It wasn't Trixie Primates. It's like, here's the thing, is that I guessed baboon here, and it should have put me in the same subclade as mandrill, and it didn't. It gave me a larger clade instead. Cercopithecinae. It shouldn't have done that. Mandrills and baboons are close relatives, so they should have been off in their own little subclade over here. That would have probably saved me at least 2 guesses. But oh well, you know? That's okay. Can't complain too much. Especially since, holy cow, I feel very, very lucky. I'm about to go on vacation tomorrow. I will not be streaming for about a week here. So July, no stream until, I guess I come back on the 7th or 8th. We'll be doing some office streams here, and I'll update this later when I figure out the dates and the timing and everything else. But when I come back from Michigan, we're going to be doing some office streams, a little bit more focused, talking about some fossil news, new publications that have come out while I've been gone. Holy cow, Murph! Thank you.
Murph just nourished the listeners with 20 subscriptions.
Really appreciate that, Murph. Holy cow, thank you for that generosity there. Appreciate that very much, Murph. Thank you for the support. It means a lot to me. Yeah, excellent. Minnie Pie appreciates that too. Oh, Minnie. Yeah. She's telling me it's about time to wrap things up. But, thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
Excellent. And thank you, Murph. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Sandwiches, please. Thank you for the 3 months of support. Appreciate that very much. We might be pretty close to a hype train here. Mary L, thank you for the 100 bits.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
Good stuff. Hot, humid weather right now. I'll stay cool. I'm gonna be on the coast, the west coast of Michigan, right on the lake. Really looking forward to it. It's gonna be excellent. And thank you, Sandwiches Breeze. I appreciate that. Here, we'll wait till this hype train concludes before I wrap up the stream. Yeah, we'll see how far this thing goes. Thank you, TechBird, for the 66 months of support. Superb. Really appreciate it. Excellent. Mini Pie here is, you want some more? Are you looking for treats? Is that what you're after? Yeah? Oh, yeah. All right, we can make that happen. We can make that happen. Don't tell Sweetie Pie. Tell her, okay? It's allergic. She can't have this. Made the mistake of not eating all the evidence earlier, Mini Pie. Sweetie Pie was very upset. And she couldn't eat the one that we left her. And Deathsaurus. Deathsaurus. I'm astonished that you recognize that little music cue. That's exactly what that's from. 1991's Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. Probably my favorite Godzilla film. Huh. Yeah. Wow, Neverwinter. 83% humidity. Shoot. I've seen it a bunch of times too, that source. Yeah. It's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Watch out, chat. She sees you. Oh, boy. Good stuff. We can miss all of you for the next week, but I'm going to be having a really good time out there in the Great Lakes State. What's Michigan's state nickname? Going up to Michigan. Michigan state nickname. Wolverine State? Okay. Huh. I guess Wisconsin is the Badger State, right? Yeah. Glove-shaped state, Gregory. Yeah, we could do the Michigan thing. I'm gonna be about here in Michigan. There are a lot of carnivorans, Claire. It's a speciose group, you know? Oh. Here, let's go to to Logulo, I think, is the wolverine. There we go. A bit north of Holland. No, I'm going to be in North America, Cacklinsworth. Oh. No, I know you meant Holland, Michigan, and yes, I will be a bit north of Holland, Michigan. Yeah, Wolverine, Gulo Gulo. Their closest relatives, I guess, are the martens. Nice. Savage little critters sometimes. Martens will tackle and kill and eat mammals larger than themselves. The yellow-throated marten, they've been observed like killing and eating small deer, which is nuts for an animal that's, yeah, it's just a largish weasel. I think the yellow-throated marten is the largest of the marten species, but still, like, them eating a deer is nuts. Yeah. Oh. There's my son, Fisher. Yeah. And then we have Grissons. I'm not even sure what those are. Cool. Patagonian weasel. And we have minks. And the proper weasels, genus Mustela. Ferrets, a kind of weasel. So are stoats. And polecats. Anyway, it's a cool group of critters. Striped weasels, honey badgers, and then we have the true badgers, who are right here. Different genera, okay. Here's the true badgers, genus Meles. Yeah. Cool. Anyway, good stuff. And there you go, MacMaster, yeah. Mink are really cool. These mammals in general are really cool. Sometimes I'm glad they're not larger, because if there's one kind of mammal that I feel like would regularly kill and eat people, if it were just a little bit bigger, would be mustelids. You know? Badgers, minks, martens, wolverines. They are pretty formidable animals. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think I'll be lucky enough to see a wolverine in the Wolverine state, but you can follow me on iNaturalist, and if you see one pop up there on my profile, then you know I saw one. Anywho. And thank you, MacMaster. I appreciate the 2 months of support there. Thank you for the Prime, MacMaster. Thank you kindly for supporting Science Outreach.
Have my Prime again.
Appreciate that, MacMaster. With that, I think we'll go ahead and wrap up this broadcast. Get our credits going here. There we are. And let's put a mammal under our credits. Our state fossil here in California. Smilodon. Hang on.
This was our world 225 million years ago.
Thank you, Niffler, for 35 months. Holy cow, do I appreciate that.
Have a great time, Danny.
Well, thank you. Trying to get our credits to work. Refresh cache. Let's see if that does it. Beautiful. All right. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits. From new followers and raiders, the subscribers, the gifters, and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial support. Let's find somebody to raid into here. Maybe somebody doing some science. Let's see. It looks like Casey Snowart is live. Excellent. Thank you to everybody who supports these streams financially. That's the only reason I can continue to do this, is because of your support, and I appreciate it more than you know. This is my full-time job, and it's a dream come true to be able to do this, so thank you. Thank you, of course, to the moderators as well. I appreciate you coming in here time after time and keeping this a safe and welcoming community for folks of all types. People of different educational backgrounds, different ages, different cultural backgrounds, different whatever. I'm really proud of the community that we've been able to build here, and this is hopefully a place where people feel comfortable asking whatever questions they might have about the natural world and our place in it. And that level of comfort is because of the hard work of you mods, and I appreciate it more than I can say. I hope you all have a wonderful week while I'm gone. I think I'm going to have a pretty lovely week too. Until I come back, you all take care of yourselves and each other. Thank you, Per, for the follow. And let's go see what